Sheep.
Ah, sheep.
It's an appropriate start to this
Mind
stream.
your fucking language. It's fine.
Hi, Curly Fries.
Hello, we're live.
Hello, hello.
A glorious
We're
start.
actually here.
Yes, it was a glorious start of me simultaneously hearing Spook swear and realizing that as I clicked the stream button, I didn't have my Spotify loaded.
Oh shit.
But it's fine because
Guess I'll check the audio.
it's fine because it's live now, and it was thankfully in the exact position I left it, so I didn't have to change the stream layout. Might need to lower the volume a little bit because.
Yeah, I just jumped 10 feet in the air. Hang on, let me check my audio too.
There we go. Okay, Spotify is now a bit quieter.
Wrong audio. Mute and then unmute mic. Yes, no, that's good.
Cool.
Good, 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 good.
Hi everybody, we here.
Hi.
Hello.
We made it. We made it. My phone just went off, which I think means that the stream's live.
We's doing good. How's you, Das?
How are people doing? I once again have to get my computer to accept the fact that I want to have chat open.
Why'd you suck?
There we go. I'm gonna put... Oh god, was I really listening to Phantom of the Opera? I can do better.
Yeah.
What do I want to listen to? I can't listen to Final Fantasy XIV music when I play when we do this art stream anymore, otherwise I'm gonna want to play it. Shit! Let's put Layton music on. Might get my brain going a little. Music to sleep to, that's the opposite of what I want.
Nope. We're not falling asleep just yet.
Not yet. I've already done that once today.
So yeah, if
Professor Layton vs. Phoenix Wright soundtrack, hell yes.
that
Very
sounds
much so.
awesome. As I said to you, naught but a minute ago, if the stream looks a little different, it's because I actually updated something for once.
I don't know what happened for that level. That level fucked.
And speaking of being with the rain, but yeah, Clip Studio Paint had an update like literally about 6 months ago. But I actually updated my copy of it.
Never installed it.
Rubbish. That's annoying.
Yeah.
So yeah, if
We're slowly.
yeah, it's
upgrading
only
the
it's
setup.
very subtle differences. Most of the UI has basically gone a shade darker. Like position wise, it seems the same, but if you compare it to like previous streams, the UI was more of a light grey, and now they've gone for this very dark grey look instead, which is, you know, nicer on the eyes. So we'll see if it's retained my settings. It appears to have done so, as it has remembered that I use this.
I feel like you would have
off-white.
heard about it by now if updating it didn't save your settings.
It's I mean, I think the main test is that it remembered that my default canvas is off-white as opposed to actual white. So I feel like if it didn't reset your settings, that would be the first thing to change.
My warm-up today is very annoying, but will get my brain going, which is what I needed to do.
You're watching an old one, Spook. Jeez.
I never remember every single week. I'm like, where the fuck is my warm-up sword? One day I will have object permanence. One day.
I guess I'd better go headlong into my warm-ups.
I'm determined to actually... The last few streams that we've done, I've just got distracted BSing and not actually done anything. I'm determined to actually do something.
I mean, our last one was talking about characters, which was the goal.
That's true.
So that
we
was
did like a creative
yeah.
stream rather than like a product-based stream. Phone, please. I'm going to put my phone on Do Not Disturb. Apparently everyone goes live at the same time. or my phone has decided to give me notifications in batches, which it sometimes does. Disturb me no more, phone.
Playing around brushes, they all seem relatively the same.
Yeah, make sure everything's in. I mean, you probably won't notice if anything's out of order until you go to do like a shorthand or a shortcut, and then it's not there, and you're like, ah!
To be fair, I'm very crappy about like customization when it comes to programs. I know that loads of people are like,
Oh yeah, I never
you
do
can
either.
change
I'd
around
rather
the-
learn how
yeah.
the program worked.
You
Yeah.
can change around the UI to however you want. You can have your own key bindings, and I'm like, okay, but what's the default one?
Mhm.
What's the default?
I'd rather adjust to the software than make the software adjust to me.
Yeah.
Okay. I need a random sentence generator. This is probably the cruelest way to start this warm-up, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Generate, I don't know, 10 random sentences and I'll pick one. There we go. I love random sentence generators, they're so good.
Why? What does it give you?
This one is something that's happened in my real life. He realised there had been several deaths on this road, but his concern rose when he saw the exact number. I'm gonna put it out there. Never look up the crime record in your area. Never. Just don't know. Just live in ignorance.
It sounds like literally sounds like the opening to a Bethesda game.
Or, as I have learned recently, a vampire short story. I'm in the fun point at the one I'm reading at the moment. I'm gesturing over here because my book's over here. I'm in a fun one at the moment where I'm in the fun part at the beginning where everything's great. I haven't read past it yet. So at the moment, I'm just, there's just a sweet little lady who's trying to earn money for her mum. And has ended up in the service of an incredibly, undefinably old lady who pays her an exorbitant amount of money just to live in her house. And she has weird dreams for some reason, but that's fine.
I'm sure that's fine. What a premise. Wonderful.
And gets to spend every winter in Italy. How great! I, conceptually knew that a lot of vampire stories existed in Italy, but this short story collection has made me remember just how many. It's like, why Italy? There's so much garlic.
Yeah, you'd think that's the worst place. There's
That'd be the last place for you to go.
There's got to be a historic reason. I mean, maybe it's to do with the fact that because it is like...
It's old.
Well, it's old, but also very religious, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
And obviously...
Old, religious... There's some of these as well happen... If they're not in, Eastern Europe, they're in, Italy or Greece.
Yeah.
So, Eastern Europe, Italy, Greece, London. They're the three settings that you can pick from for a vampire story. And I think Rome and Greece is literally because I'm still in the short stories, because obviously this is vaguely in chronological order, or in chronological order. I'm still in the short stories that are in, the 18th, 19th century, where they were fucking obsessed with Greece and Rome. Sorry, camera.
Oh!
But,
Ah, there we are.
yeah, no, my camera. But, we're in big, the height of civilization was Rome territory.
Ah, cool.
In terms of cultural understanding. So it's I see how this is going. What do you mean camera unavailable? I just plugged it back in.
Something else trying to use it?
Hopefully not. Otherwise I'll have some questions. There we go. Hello, I'm back. It's literally just stable around for Pizzle Christmas. I did a bunch of video calls. So this camera's moved from its assigned place. So the cable has got even worse.
Great. Should have asked for a new camera for Christmas.
It's fine, it's fine. I will keep using it until it literally is unusable.
Spook is having an early night because he did not sleep well.
Did no one sleep? Literally every single person in this house had to have a nap today because they didn't sleep well last night. Was there something in the air?
Snow, apparently.
Definitely was around here.
Yeah, we had our first snow.
It was completely... it was completely like normal when we woke up, but then we drove into town to get groceries, and like literally there's like a massive hill near where I live, and like the shadowed side of it was just covered in snow. It's like, come on, this one tiny little area. It's like, give the snow to the rest of us, you bastard. But then it's been absolutely pissing down for like a week and a half, so no wonder it didn't set anywhere else.
Yeah.
Although it has been, holy shit, so cold.
Probably that's why the snow came, but yeah, it was freezing.
Yeah. It's very cold in this house today. And I got a parcel of a Christmas present that I was very excited about.
Aw.
But I took it all out the box, and I was literally like reading the instructions, and it was like, don't allow the machine to get too hot or too cold. And I was literally like setting it up, and I was like, literally the metal's too cold to touch, like it's got frost on it. It's like, whoops. Whoopsie.
Maybe it means while it's being used.
Yeah, hopefully, well, by nature of what it is, it shouldn't, when it's being used, stay that cold. There are too many moving parts in this thing for it to remain cold. I'm being very vague. It's a sewing machine. I got a sewing machine for Christmas. I'll show you. I had to relocate basically everything in this room to fit it in my setup, but I'm already on a tangent, guys.
It's fine.
This is my new baby.
We got Christmas to talk about.
Da-da-da.
Ooh, very neat.
This is my new baby. Yeah, it's a good one too.
It looks like it.
Because my family, I wasn't with the side of my family that I'm normally with for Christmas, and they didn't know what to get me. I was like, give me, like, whatever you were going to get me, just put it towards, like, a collective thing, and I will order a sewing machine, because that's what I want. And I don't want to get a random one, I want to, like, do research. And I didn't, and I wasn't expecting it until, like, the week after next, and it arrived today.
Aww.
So, I spent most of today trying to work out how it works, because I haven't used a sewing machine since I was in secondary school.
Posture check.
Posture
from
check.
Besso. Added that in.
Fuck you, Besso.
I added that in.
Why did you add that in?
Because we
That's
needed
an attack
it,
on me
damn it.
and my interest.
Because we needed it, damn it. Thank you, Besso.
Headphone cable has get caught on.
And the camera's gone again. You can't redo a posture check one after the other, that defeats the point. I was going to add in the water one, but I actually do pretty well with staying on top of the water, so there we go. Technical issues with curls.
Back, sorry.
Ooh, there we
All
go.
my cables get caught on the wheels of the chair when I stood up.
There we go.
Also, I have fixed the thing with my back.
That's what the posture check's
What's
for.
my first project? I have two. One of them is literally I need to make an apron because I've started baking things, and I have a bunch of white sheets that I can turn into an apron. Really basic. My second one is I have a white shirt that I really love and I wear to death, and I can't find anyone like it, so I'm going to try and make a mimic of it.
Nice.
And if I can make that one shirt, if I can work out a way to do it, I'm going to make like 3 of them with slight variations between them.
Brilliant.
And hopefully, yeah, as you all know, my desired vibe is kind of late Victorian vampire lady who was driven from her village in the country for being too homosexual. Like, that's the vibe, and I'm going to work towards it diligently. Because companies are too cowardly to make clothes like that fit me, I'm going to make them my damn self.
That's the way to do it. I got given some wool because I'd been knitting a scarf on my lunch breaks at work. But I pointed when they were like, "Oh, you know how to knit," and I was like, "I know how to knit a scarf."
Yeah, there's levels.
Yeah, I was like, I know how to knit a scarf, which is what the baby's first knitting thing. I don't know how to do anything else. So of course I got bought some wool and some instructions on how to knit gloves, and I'm like, oh. The gauntlet has been thrown. Oh, hello.
There we go. It's time for more skills.
Say hello, everybody.
Ooh. She's very early today.
Very early. It's because Spook has gone to
Spook
bed
went
early.
to bed early.
And I am happy.
Yeah.
I'm happy that the
You remember-
bedroom door has been shut. Go on then. So the gauntlet
See,
has been thrown down for me to make some gauntlets, essentially.
It's a good journey. My my best mate, who she's been knitting for like a couple years now, but she sent me. You can just about see my little buddy in the background there. She made that for me for Christmas. His name is Peter, but it's spelt weirdly, and I think I'm saying it wrong. But that could be your future, Blue. You could make your own plushie.
I
So from knitting to knitting crochet.
I did get a plushie, of course.
Of course,
This
you
cute
got
little
Lugia.
bun from my brother. It's a jelly cat, so it's really, really soft.
Bless.
And also, he is sat on the pile of chocolate that we got as well.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Mine's over there.
Yeah.
We'll probably see it later.
I don't think you can really see it on the camera because it's really far at the back. But there's like a little blob of purple, just sort of there-ish.
Yeah.
That is a Carbot Zergling plushie that Spook got me.
Hey.
So even though I don't play StarCraft, I got the StarCraft Zergling plushie from Carbot.
Mood.
Thank you, sweetie.
Well,
Hey.
oh,
Nice one. I will look at memes imminently. Right. I need to do more.
to go to bed. Better eat chocolate.
That bin is full of chocolate wrappers.
Yeah. Mood.
She's already come in to
1 second, I
complain
take-
that you're not here.
And you're still here.
Meow. Oh, I'm happy.
Okay. What's up, dude?
Brother.
Okay, I'm actually gonna force myself to do some of this warm up. Otherwise, I'm not gonna do it.
Don't make him.
Doing good, bud. How are you?
Oh, right down the microphone.
That was so loud.
That's because Spook held her up to the microphone.
That was not necessarily loud, but just very clear, very crisp. Lost some of its distortion.
That's because Spook held her up to the microphone.
Finally,
You're
the
so
soapbox
mean.
that she always wanted.
Mwah.
Night night.
Good night.
Come, Sadie, it is bedtime.
No.
Please try to be quiet. You will fail at doing
I will fail doing
But
this.
please try to be quiet.
Okay. While you're still awake, leave the door open a little bit because she will inevitably start screaming to be let in. She will. You know this.
No.
Doesn't like the door being shut.
Let's be quiet. I must sleep.
Ow. Welcome to unexpected Sadie ASMR. Oh god, okay.
Yeah,
Rip.
living on the edge.
Yes. We are all barely managing through the in-between times.
I don't know why I wrote that message like I was Yoda.
A dangerous life you are living.
You are living.
Let's get this warm-up done.
I'm mostly just simmering resentment about the warm up I'm trying to do.
Mm.
But it's making my brain work, so it's good.
That's good.
It's very simple. You can write whatever you want, but the letter the sentence ends with has to be the one you started with.
Ooh.
Very simple. Fucking difficult. And I made it worse for myself by randomly generating the first sentence, so I don't even control the subject matter. Or the tense. But I need to get my brain going, because I have no idea what I'm going to write after I finish this warm-up.
Time to crack open the Christmas chocolate.
Rip K.
Who designs this packaging? Ah.
I'm trying to guess from the packaging what chocolate it is, but I can't.
Da-da-da.
Ah, I see. This is very ominous music. The fuck happens in this game?
What are you listening to again?
Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright.
In that case, Murder.
Probably Murder, yeah. Literally, this track is called An Uneasy Atmosphere. Good to know they kept Layton's naming conventions for music.
Mm.
I forgot. I've been replaying that Professor Layton game slowly. Or not playing it for the first time, but you know. You know the backstory. And I forgot that it's like an open world Professor Layton game. You can go where, like, at a certain point, it's like, here are like 10 places you need to go. You can go to them in any order. And I was like, what? I'm not used to having that level of choice in a Layton game. I'm used to getting, like, going down 4 different corridors and they're going, you have to finish 95 puzzles to go past here, and me going, fuck.
You can tell that the in-between times has fucked everyone up because both of us were not aware it was Tuesday this morning.
No. A little behind the scenes for chat. The only reason I tweeted about this stream is because Blue was like midday today, was like, by the way, it's Tuesday? And I was like, no, it's not.
I was like, apparently it's Tuesday?
Which is, it's actually very good that you messaged me, because about 10 minutes later, I got a message from someone who was like, hey, you free this evening? And I absolutely would have been like, yeah!
It always works out.
We find a way. Ah, I can tell I needed to do warm-up, because I've just broken my own personal record by using the same word 3 times in a sentence.
Ooh, amazing.
Come on, brain. Gears, big stone gears slowly moving.
I think I can guess who you're drawing as. It's one of those characters who, much like when I draw Delmara, it only takes a couple of features for people to realise who it is. Where it's like, a blank face, and then you add in like the long ear and the fringe, and it's like, oh, we know who that is. And it's like, oh, it's Miss, it's Miss Angry.
Yeah, it's funny. I really thought this year, like, this time period wouldn't affect me as much, because I'm like, normally it affects me because it's like a weird between doing things, and I've been in that all year.
It's the
but
between
no,
times.
it's still confusing me.
It's the between times.
It's the between times. We're in the void.
Yeah, I've
in the
I've
fade.
already had messages today of like, oh, we may not be doing stuff New Year's Day, and I was like, cool. Why are you messaging me this now? And then I looked at the calendar and I was like, it's the 29th.
Yeah. I ordered a med refill and they were like, we can get it to you by the 31st. And I was like, that's so far. It's 2 days. It's 2 days away.
Oh, that was something that I think I was going to change. Where's settings? Preferences? Maybe? Command interface.
Probably. I can tell I've been reading 18th century vampire fiction all day. The way I'm writing is very much like that.
Where's Stacy? Is Stacy here? She seems to know this program better than me.
Summoning frog.
Where are the key blinds?
Google it.
Shortcut settings. There we go.
There we go. We did it.
That's
We
gotta
did
be
it, Reddit.
right? File, edit, animation. No wait.
Don't.
No wait. That's the things. Key settings. That's what we want. Key settings.
I must have watched like all Twitch channels about the same amount. Because I have like about the same amount of channel points on every person I watch, and I don't know how that's possible.
Do you ever redeem
How
them?
do I do on Dodgers, but not so much anyone else's. It's like, how have I got the same, kind of about the same amount of channel points on yours, Jesse's, and Strippin' streams? I don't
find that surprising for mine.
I wonder if it's because I watch it. That's true. I watch a lot of Jesse and Strippin' on like my PlayStation or my phone. In which case, redeeming channel points can get a little dicey. Or gaining channel points, I should say. I want to have more channel points on Jesse's because he's put a fucking reward on there that's really high, where you just put chat in emote only for 10 minutes.
Oh my god.
And let me tell you, that's the true joy. People keep doing it when he's getting to like big moments in the story of Final Fantasy 14. Someone just redeems emote only, and it's like, everyone shut the fuck up. No one say a word.
The chat just becomes full of pog faces.
Yeah, well, there's a lore in Jesse's stream anyway, which is when the story stuff happening and Jesse's doing that thing that Jesse does, where he conjectures for ages about what might happen. You the only thing you're allowed to put in chat is a smiley face, so that if anyone spoils, it gets drowned out by the smiley faces.
Bless.
But now people can just put it in emote only. But I don't have enough channel points because sometimes I'm like, I want chat to be quiet, so I'm trying to get there. It's so good though, because sometimes you end up with like it happened on stream the other day when he first put it on, where there was nearly an hour worth of emote only redeemed. So chat developed like a shorthand for certain characters with certain emotes. It was so good. It was very funny. I'm telling this story to procrastinate doing this warm up because it's frustrating me. Okay.
I mean, that's the sort of
I'm
thing
gonna be quiet.
that's the sort of thing that I do whenever people are like watching something or reading something and they're like, "Oh, is this gonna happen?" I always just like smiley face.
Yeah.
Even if they're totally wrong, or 100% right, I'm just like smiley face.
That's like in Jesse's chat, like if he's conjecturing at all, whether he's like miles from the mark, smiley faces. With you, it's the little 3 face with the little hand, like me. I'm well acquainted with your emote library. Honestly, yeah. Like as a DM, you have to develop that that impulse to just be like.
It's true. It's 100% true. I remember.
It's a skill.
I remember vividly the first time someone, like very early on in AJ's campaign, someone was like trying to work something out, but they were like phrasing it as a question to AJ, and she literally said, to quote Blue, "You don't know that," and I was like, "What?"
What? My favorite tool, my favorite thing in my hand as a DM is, I don't know, dude, maybe. That'd be crazy, though.
I know. That'd be wild, huh?
Wouldn't that be crazy?
The good favourite as well.
Because it's not an answer.
The good favourite as well is always eye emojis. Just, ooh.
Oh, eye emojis is... I keep typing the... the way you do eyes emote on Discord in other programs.
Yep.
I keep,
It's
I
amazing.
keep like trying to tweet and do it, and it's like I need this on all platforms as the shortcut.
It's amazing how much the eye emojis can convey.
Yeah. It's definitely my like most used
I think it's mine as well.
emoji on anything.
I think it's mine as well.
But it was like, I remember. Oh God, I apologize to everyone for what I'm about to do. But I remember on MSN, that you did like brackets and then something in between to do emotes.
Yes.
And like it was always bracket 8 bracket to get the music emote thing. That in the circles I interacted with, your like status on MSN was always lyrics with the little music notes to indicate they were lyrics. So, to this day, I get like on this day in Facebook where I've done where I've put like a status and put the little 8 in brackets, and I'm like, I've been taken back. Where am I?
Circles are done.
Hey,
Line time.
see, you people know. We were all emo on MSN.
Yeah, basically. I mean, a perfect case in point for that, for me, Das, was today. I was like, well, now that Christmas is over, I can actually buy stuff for myself, because all of December and November is like, I can't buy stuff for myself in case, 1, people have bought it for me, and 2, I need to buy presents for others first. Now it's out of the way, I was like, I can buy stuff for myself. I want to get some Pokemon cards. They're out of stock everywhere.
Oh no!
And I'm like, what? What? What have I missed?
This wasn't meant to happen now that we're an adult. We don't have to depend on the same store.
I shopped around and I was just like, why does nowhere have any current, like, some of them have got like sets from a year ago in, and I'm like, well, I want some of the current ones to like play and make decks with, and they're just like, no, sorry, they're out of stock. And I'm like, I want to play Pokemon.
On that topic, my brother's been replaying Pokemon Platinum,
Oh,
and
nice.
I've been hearing about it constantly. He's got a real thing at the moment. He has a Garchomp,
Ooh.
and he's like, he keeps coming in every so often. He's like, I forget how fucking broken Garchomp is, and I'm like, I know, right?
In
And then
that
he
generation,
leaves.
I've
Yeah, because he's like,
seen-
Fairy doesn't exist yet, so
Yeah. I've seen
guess I'll win.
people like get so upset in Nuzlocke when they like find a Gibble in the cave, and then they like
Yeah.
they kill it or they fail to catch it, and it's just like heartbreaking for them because they're like, that
Yeah,
could've
or
been
it's a
the one.
randomizer where it randomizes every evolution, and you're like, the Gibble.
It's like, that could have been the one. I needed that, and it's just.
Yeah. But yeah, he's replaying Platinum.
It's a good one.
Gen
Remake-
4,
yeah.
is it Gen 4?
Yeah, Gen 4.
Yeah, Gen 4 is both me and my brother's favourite, because it's the first one we played. And he definitely has my copy of Pearl, I'm just saying. He's like, I've got a copy of Pearl. I'm like, that's definitely mine. Siblings.
Yeah. I had the benefit that my brother rapidly grew out of Pokemon, so it only took me a few patient years to be able to lay claim to his silver.
Yeah. I kept going. Me and Owen both dropped out after Diamond Pearl. And then I went back in
X and
for
Y,
XY.
right?
Yeah.
I can tell because
And
you made a Kalos trainer.
Yeah, I did. I came back in for X and Y, and then kept going. And then I went back and did Alpha Sapphire. So I played quite a few of them. I still haven't played Black and White, and I need to. But we'll see.
Black and White was weirdly, I don't think much of it at the moment, but I remember at the time that it was my first time that I thought Pokemon had actually put serious thought into the quote-unquote story.
Plot, yeah. My, like, Vicky is, like, so, like, she's like, everyone hates Black and White and I don't get it. Like, she's, like, you and her are, like, the big Pokemon people in my life. And she's like, I don't get why people don't like Black and White. It's a great game. She's determined to get me to play it.
I think people hate on it because they tried lots of different things in it.
Yeah, it's a bit weirder.
And they also, like, there was some people, I saw a video about someone theorising that they were kind of trying to reboot the franchise with Black and White.
Yeah. A lot of people came in for Diamond and Pearl, right? And
yeah. So the protagonists in Black and White are notably older. They are not 10-year-olds, they are actual teenagers.
Yeah.
It had tried to have the more adult themes, and i.e., like I said, the more of a look at the plot and stuff.
Yeah.
You know, and with N and his upbringing and his perspective, tried to be a bit more adult in the themes. But it also, until you beat the game and get to the post-game, there were no previous gen Pokemon. At all.
Right. Okay.
It was they did 150.
I get it.
They did 150 Pokemon, and that was all you could get in the start of the game. It was you could 100% only do new Pokemon. Whereas now it's like even if you pick up X and Y, you can go into a route and
I can get whatever.
Yeah,
and they give me a Charizard.
Yeah, they give you a Charizard. Here's a Torchic, and you know, things like that. Here's Lucario. It's
go nuts, kid.
Sword and Shield did the same thing. You know, I can go into the wild area and get a Growlithe. You can get your favourite. Black and White, they very, very much tried to push
went the other way.
Yeah, this is a new generation. We want you to get the new generation of Pokemon.
People have never liked that.
Yeah, and it had not been done up to that point because obviously in Gold and Silver you could get Kanto Pokemon, not even in post game, just like out and about. You could get Pidgey on Route 1, for example.
Yeah.
And same with Diamond and Pearl and Ruby and Sapphire. You know, you could find Magikarps in the water, you could find just whatever. But that was the first time where they were like, nope, we're putting a hard stop on it. So I think the culmination of all of those things that made people dislike it.
Right.
Or at least make them think they should dislike it.
Yeah.
Which I think is like...
I think it's like...
a thing that happens a lot in Pokemon, like when Sword and Shield came out and they were like, oh, we're not going to have all the Pokemon
Dex is different. Yeah.
Dexys, and everyone was like, boycott this game, and I was like, really? No, you're not.
We're going to do this right now.
You're not going to boycott the game. We all know you're not going to. Just stop.
Quiet.
So I think people think that they hate Black and White, but they probably actually don't.
The thing is, like, I love Diamond and Pearl and I love X and Y, so I will probably love Black and White because it's in that era that I really enjoy. So, not that I disliked any of the others, to be honest.
Yeah, I didn't spend a huge
even though I
amount of
still
time with
haven't
it.
finished Ultra Sun.
Like, I think I did finish Black and White, and I remember thinking at the time that, like, because I had been reading Nuzlocke comics where people made comics about their Nuzlocke runs, but made them more of a narrative.
Oh, right.
Yeah, they make them
That's
more of a...
really fun. I love that stuff.
They make them more of a narrative story, which is really interesting, so I liked reading through them, and it was in that period, and because the game itself had more plot in it, I was like, this game would make a really good comic, because it basically has...
Yeah.
You don't need to make up plot. It's like, you could copy
you
could
can
copy the
just work with the
speech.
plot
You
of the
could
game.
copy the speech word for word, because it's like a good moment. And I remember the final battle being very tense for me because I wasn't Nuzlocking it, but if I was, it would have been so dramatic because the final battle with the final boss of the evil team literally came down to a 1v1 with my starter. He brought out a Hydreigon, which just KO'd my entire team, and I was left with my starter Pokemon 1v1ing this Hydreigon, and I was there just like, come on, you can do it! You can do it!
Yeah, the only experience I have of Black and White is watching someone do a randomizer Nuzlocke of it. And they were saying when they started, it was Strippin and like his lot
Oh, was it?
that all did it at the same time. They all did it at the same time. And they were like, when they were doing the like pre-show, they were like, okay, we're just putting this out there. Apparently Black and White is the hardest Nuzlocke. So, be prepared.
Are you thinking Black and White or Black and White 2?
Oh, it might have been Black and White 2.
Because I believe it's Black and White 2 that is famously the hardest one. Because
It might have been 2.
it is actually a sequel, so I think the devs assume you have played the first one, so it doesn't hold your hand as much. And to be fair,
Yeah.
Black and White 2 I did buy because I get every Pokemon game, but I did not finish it. Whereas I did finish. Which one did I had?
The first
had
one.
Black. So yeah, I had Black and then got Black 2. I did not finish Black
Yeah.
2, despite liking the story
Yeah.
in Black 1. I did not.
It's just a rough climb.
Yeah. I honestly
get
could not
that.
tell you why. I don't know, I just didn't connect with it. I don't
Yeah, no, I get that.
know. Yeah, I just didn't connect with Black and White 2. But yeah, Black and White 2 is a much tougher experience. Again, because they were kind of going with the whole reboot the franchise, so the protagonists were older and the themes were more significant than just, instead of, just good versus bad, it was truths and ideals, and it's like, well, there is no answer to that.
Yeah.
I just realised that
3 different T adjectives in this sentence. Good job, me.
do it once more time, it becomes a theme.
In this one sentence. Oh fuck, I ended the sentence with a Y. Shit.
Why did you do that?
Why? It's really punishing me for my adverbs.
There's you and yesterday and that's
I don't want to
all
suddenly
could-
make this second person. I've done that too many times.
I literally you and yesterday, and then I stopped and I was like, that's all I can think of. Yellow.
Those are the only 2 Y words.
But Nintendo, Game Freak, Diamond and Pearl remakes when?
Give them to me. I would like to play Pearl again.
It's been long enough that I'd be happy to go back to Sinnoh.
I'm desperate to play that game again. And it would give me more reasons to use my Switch.
Yes.
I'm really glad I have Phoenix for this reason, because it gives me more reasons to use my Switch, apart from checking Animal Crossing every morning.
So how far have you gotten in Phoenix? Let's
Not
talk-
far at all.
Let's talk about it. I'm not,
Not far at all.
I'm
I've
I'm not very far either.
I literally got to... I'm still in the tutorial, I think.
I think I am as well. Because I think the
Okay.
aim of the tutorial is to get around the island
Oh.
and then get to the temple. I haven't quite got
I just...
to the temple yet.
Okay, if I say the axe, do you know what I mean?
Yes,
Okay, I've just got the axe.
I'm past the axe.
Yeah, well, yeah, so am I. But, like, I'm in that... I've just finished that little dungeon.
Yeah, okay. I know what comes after the axe, so to speak.
Yeah.
I've done the
Also-
I've done the next segment of tutorial after the axe.
Right. If I didn't know that the people who made Assassin's Creed Odyssey made this game, I would know.
Yeah, I said
I-
that. I
Can't
was
tell
playing
you
it on the
how
TV.
it really is, like, even down to the way the UI works. Like, the way that you have to drag the cursor to the options, I was like, this is the way Odyssey works. And also the it's really funny because I know it's a thing in Zelda as well, where you have the zoom in and
Yep.
you can do landmarks.
Yep.
But it's also like that in Odyssey, where you have the bird and you go into bird vision and point out where chests and quests are.
Ah, okay.
So I was like, oh my god, this is like literally a... They took Assassin's Creed Odyssey and Breath of the Wild and they put it in a blender.
Yep.
Literally,
See, I
that's all it is.
haven't played Odyssey. The last Assassin's Creed game I played was like Assassin's Creed 2, literally. But literally playing it on the TV in the living room every sort of in the first sort of 15-minute segment, I was just sat there and my brother was on his phone. And I was like, and here is further proof that this is made by the group that made Assassin's Creed. Oh, and here's another instance to show this was made by the people who did Assassin's Creed. Literally, the people who made Assassin's Creed looked at Breath of the Wild and went, "Oh, we want to do something like that," which I'm fine with.
My mic and my phone, my camera.
Oof, whoops.
But hopefully you can hear me.
I can hear you. Yeah.
But literally, I was like, I got to where Zeus shows up, and it's the voice of Socrates in Assassin's. I was like, this is how this is gonna play out. I don't mind it at all. The thing is, and this is true of every Assassin's Creed game, I never will recommend that you play an Assassin's Creed game, because Assassin's Creed games are in theory great, apart from the fact they're Assassin's Creed games. The fact that they're Assassin's Creed games makes them bad.
Yeah. Like I wanted to get Phoenix Rising not because it was like Assassin's Creed, but because it was like Breath of the Wild.
It's like Breath of the Wild. This is the better answer. See, Phoenix, it benefits a lot from the the fact that the Odyssey elements are just the way the UI and the questing system works so far, and the parry timing being really forgiving so far, and you know, some of the voice acting. That's kind of the best of both worlds there, because you lose a lot of the stuff that sucks. But yeah, no, I did not anticipate that game having a character creator. I thought Phoenix would be a pre-ascribed character. I also didn't expect Zeus to judge me so loudly for every character creation choice I made. For people in the chat, there was like a very small, limited character creator.
You got like 5 options per thing.
You've got like a few, yeah. They're pretty good for how limited they are, but they are pretty limited. And Zeus loudly judges you for every choice that you make.
Yeah, as Prometheus is there. Because the idea is that the entire
trying
game,
desperately to just tell a story.
Yeah, the entire game is narrated by Prometheus telling it to Zeus, and Zeus is like critiquing him. So when you're in the character creator, it's essentially Prometheus describing the character in the story. So he's like, "Oh, she had hair like a summer's day," and Zeus is like, "Get on with it."
Literally, I selected red hair, and I think whoever voiced over that bit, Zeus or Prometheus, was like, hair like burning, just burning. I was like, come on, guys. My favourite one, though, was I just made, like, me. I was going to make Glory, and in hindsight, I should have. But I just made, like, kind of me. So I picked, like, I was like, what's the vampire skin tone? Press that one, and it was, like, skin like blended yogurt, and I fucking lost it.
I had that one.
But it's so funny.
Because they made me as well, so I was like, blonde hair, pale, brown eyes, and yeah, I got that as well,
Yeah.
blended yogurt.
Thanks, Zeus.
I remember that one was Prometheus.
Also, I did not expect the humour to be as adult as it is. But it's very funny.
Remember when I took the picture of the back of the box and I was like, ah yes, Zeus is in this game.
I will show people on the... I'm literally sat next to the box. But you're like, let's see what the ratings for this are for. Bad language, interesting, this is a rated 12 game. Violence, expected. In-game purchases is Ubisoft.
Ubisoft.
Sex.
I took Skills a picture of that because I got the game before her, and I was like, oh yes, Zeus is in this game.
Yep. I cannot wait. There's a couple of things they're setting up in like them narrating, which I'm assuming are going to be plot threads. What the fuck is it with Zeus and Achilles? I want to know where this is going. I don't know what's happening with that dynamic, but it's very funny.
What is it with you and the sword?
What would you have to do to get a sword from Achilles? Just asking.
Why do you want to know?
But yeah, so far it's very good.
You're like, yeah.
I can feel much like Odyssey. It is gonna destroy me though, because it's literally like waypoint, 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 waypoint. I'm like, I'm gonna get all of these.
See, unlike with Breath of the Wild, when you can look and you can see stuff and you can mark them, but you have to see it So you need to be able to like see if you can like.
Yeah, well, you've got the Odyssey bird sight where you don't have to. You just need to know the general area.
Yeah, if you like, I noticed when scouting in Phoenix, if you just mouse over something, the thing changes and it's like place a mark, and I'm like, I can't see anything.
Yeah, you get a little heartbeat until it pops up and it's like, there's a thing here.
There's a thing here, but with Breath of the Wild you don't get that. It's like the mark is purely like, oh, I can see a chest there, I'll put a mark. But with Phoenix it's like, oh, put the mark for me and it'll tell you there's a chest there, and I'm like, I had no way of knowing that. So it kind of does a lot of the hard work for you.
Yeah, that's the way Odyssey worked as well. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be an interesting time. And I definitely should have made Glory because it gave you a red skin option, and I was a fool.
I believe once you are past the tutorial, you can change your appearance at will. Or at least there is
Hell
like,
yes.
or at least there's like a station where you can change your appearance.
Hell yes, I'm immediately.
I remember seeing that somewhere that people were like, yeah, you can change your appearance anytime. Woo! Because the game
guys,
has cosmetics.
Yeah, chat as well. There is no gendered shit in that game either. Like it's like you get a voice and like a body type, but there's no like. It's all pretty neutral. They just refer to you as Phoenix, and it's fucking great.
Yeah.
So I imagine you can probably change all that stuff as well.
I believe you can. Yeah, I believe you can just change any of the gendered stuff. But yeah, your body type.
Which is great.
You don't have a gender. You have a body type and a voice type, and you can pick either.
Yeah, and then all the stuff is unlocked from there.
Yep, and of course, and all the armor looks the same regardless of which one you pick.
It's so good. But yeah, we'll see how we go. Your chat will get updates as me and Blue progress very slowly because we're both absorbed in other games as well.
Yeah, got a brand new game and then immediately started playing an old one instead.
Yeah, I went the other way. I got 2 new games in the same week, like a fool.
I mean, so did I technically, but yeah, I'm not playing either of my new ones.
Yes, I started playing honestly 14. Everyone in chat knows this. Blue knows this because I had to fix my setup. And it's gonna eat me!
You've said for a long time that you've wanted to play it. Let's be real.
Yeah.
You've been on the fence about it for a while.
Yeah, I've been on the fence about it for a long time. And literally everyone is like, if you look up anything about Final Fantasy XIV, it's like, it's a really good MMO that people hate to recommend because levels 1 through 50, up to the first expansion, the second expansion, kind of suck. But they've done a lot of like restructuring to try and make it quicker to get you past it into the like, good story stuff.
A lot of
basically,
MMOs do that.
Yeah, because they rushed out a Realm Reborn to do plot stuff, but it's fine. Which is why they give it to you for free. They don't make you pay for it. So I was like, everyone's like, the first like 50 levels suck, and I'm like, I hate that feeling of going into an MMO and being like, I have to grind through the first 50 levels. But like, it's not that bad. It's not that bad.
Yeah, a lot of MMOs do that. WoW does it. I mean, Guild Wars does it as well, to be fair, because I enjoyed the story playing through the base game when we got back into it, but the moment I was like, okay, I've done the base thing, I'm going to do the expansion stuff.
The expansions.
The expansion stuff is just...
Yeah.
There's so much going on, and there's so many people and NPCs, and like I'm barely in the first chapter, and already we've already had a character die, and I'm just like, ugh.
Yeah. The crazy thing is, I'm both playing it, and I've been watching Jesse play it for about 6 months. So I'm watching Jesse play like the current content almost. He's almost up to date. So I know how crazy this gets. And I'm just trying to get there. I am playing on Shiva, if people want to join me. I'm on the Shiva EU server.
Is that
I play an Aura.
Is that game sub-based?
It is after a while. It's free up to the end of the second expansion, I think.
Yeah, see, that's why I got into Guild Wars, so I was like, I ain't down for a sub-based MMO at the moment.
Yeah. It's free up to the end of the second expansion, which is a lot. That's like level 70 of a level 60, 70 of a 80 cap MMO. It's like 2/3 of the game. But yeah, it is sub after that, unfortunately. But I'm just powering through as much of it while I'm on free as I can. because you get free stuff at the start. So I will probably end up paying for it. I should, but I probably will. But yeah, I'm on Shiva. I play an Ura, which is like the dragon people, nomadic dragon people.
Sound cool.
Who live in like fantasy Mongolia. It's fucking great. I'm currently you can play any class in that game. You can switch any time. You can level as many of them on one character as you want.
That's the Final Fantasy thing.
Yeah. So I'm currently a Thaumaturge, which is what Black Mage comes out of. Which is really funny because I play like this really like sweet looking like I got like white freckles on a like red skin character, super like cute and anime, and I'm playing a class which is taught entirely by I'm playing a class that's taught almost entirely by the like tiny people race in Final Fantasy 14 are called Lalafels, and they're really tiny. They're called potatoes by the community.
Jesse plays one, doesn't he?
Yeah, little JC is a
little
Lalafell.
JC.
Little JC is the best character. Jesse already made the best Warrior of Light. No one can compete. But they're all in like black hoods and like in a low-lit summoning circle room. And I'm just like walking in and my little like she's probably gonna end up being some kind of healer, or at least I'm gonna level some kind of healer because she just like seems like one. And there's a late game class called Astrologian, which is all about like astrology and shit, and I love the aesthetic of it, so I might level that.
We'd love to see it.
Yes, if you ever seen WOL, Warrior of Light is the is the acronym there. But yeah, I'm Thaumaturgy at the moment, but I might level Conjurer as well. If you want to add me on there, hit me up. My girl's name is Ichthignia Ka. That's my girl's name. I did a weird amount of research into that. Apart from Ivignia, which is a Greek name. Then I just wanted to name a character there.
Yeah.
I'm still doing fucking warm-up. I need to get past this.
I mean, I'm on warm-up sketch still, and we're already getting close to 9, so...
9, yeah. Yeah, it's great. I got completely blindsided because they in Heaven's Ward, the second expansion, they changed everyone's voice actors. Because it's very... Final Fantasy 14 was like... You ever seen that meme that's like, I'm not Catholic, but they really popped off with the aesthetic?
Yes.
So they took like a lot of like Western fantasy, like Rococo France, like really heavy Catholic Vatican imagery, put it in a blender with some like other, and then made one of the continents based on that, and it's it's so good.
Fair enough.
I can't remember where I was going with that point. I was going somewhere.
You were talking about how the voice actors changed.
Oh, right. So, thank you for saving me. But basically, in the main game and the expansion, they had just like American and Japanese voice actors do British accents. Which sometimes works, but sometimes really does not. So in later expansions, they actually changed about some of them for British, some of them for just like more appropriate sounding voice actors. But Thancred, who's like a real, I know what he becomes. I've only just met him, but like he's a real like charming fuckboy kind of character in the beginning. And I'm used to him having like a vaguely British kind of gruff voice, full sarcasm, and I'm like very used to his voice. He's a very central character. He runs up to me in Final Fantasy 14, and out of his mouth comes Taliesin Jaffe doing his Percy voice, and I just like was like, like it's just Percy's voice, and I was like,
fight or flight response triggers.
Whom?
Oops.
Because I don't know what their old voices were. I'm assuming there's probably going to be other people that I recognize who used to be in the game. But I only know their post-Heaven's Ward voices, because I started watching Jesse during Heaven's Ward. So, we'll find out. but hearing like the Percy voice doing the like, ladies, ladies, there's enough of me to go round kind of voice, like character is, it's very good. Ah, took a bad situation and made it worse.
Wow. Father has shut the door. I am unhappy.
I have been exiled. I'm gonna really quickly step off to the side here and take this jumper off because I am melting for some reason. I think they must have lit the fire downstairs.
Yeah, I haven't played Guild Wars for like a week or two, but I've been quickly popping on to like get login stuff. But I want to continue on with the story. Might stream.
I'm back. What?
Back.
There we go. Fuck, I ended that sentence with an E, huh? And every time we touch...
Get this feeling.
That's what my brain went straight away.
This is the true art of art, is just drawing your OCs over and over so that you can draw them without having to think about it.
Fuck, I wish that were me. That's the dream right there. Is it line or sentence? I'm gonna say line. gremlin appear.
What?
Not the cat, I meant Damara.
Freaking what? Don't do that to me.
I'm sorry, I forgot that word had multiple meanings.
But yes, she certainly falls in the category. She knows she heard.
She heard me. Dodger is streaming Final Fantasy 14, don't tempt me.
No,
Get out of here.
Curls, we're doing our own thing.
Also, I can't watch it because she's further ahead than I've watched on Jesse's stream, and I'm not going further ahead than him. Damara can be both gremlin and tragic baby.
The two are not mutually exclusive.
Definitely not. In fact, I find they often coexist.
They do in D&D, that's for sure.
What is this piece of music? This is much too funky for a Professor Layton game. Ah, it's because it's definitely a Phoenix Wright song. It's called Corum Lovey.
Yep, that's Phoenix.
That's a Phoenix one. It's like such a good blend because it's got a lot of the like a lot of these tracks have like a lot of the like, how do I explain it? The good lo-fi vibes of a lot of Professor Layton tracks, but with like a little bit of that like steampunk weird energy that it has, and then like the pure funk of Professor Layton of Phoenix Wright tracks.
Yeah, there is.
Very good
I'm
mix.
pretty sure you can find it on YouTube, but there is a album for Phoenix Wright, which is called Turnabout Soul, which is just Phoenix
Yeah.
Wright jazz music. So,
It's so good.
good. It is so good.
Also, want to put it out there that the Phoenix Wright musical is pretty good.
There's a what?
Random encounters.
Oh, right.
As far as random encounters goes, some of those songs are really fucking good. Right is Wrong is great. Yikes.
Oof.
I've got to a point where this warm-up has like plot that I wanna I wanna just write naturally, but I'm like, no, I've given myself these awful confines. It is warming my brain up though.
That's what we want. You could always put it aside and save it for another day.
That begins with an R. Nope. I could just change. This is. I keep falling for this, which is instead of like exercising my brain and coming up with a way to start the sentence with the letter, I'm like, I could just change the end of the sentence before that. That doesn't work. It's creating situations where I'm like, how do I elaborately manipulate this sentence so it ends with the letter I want it to? Which is ending up in sentences where I'm like, this is a Yoda sentence again. I will once again be leaving. It's like, no, you can't do that. basically, Das. It's the only way I deliver plot in any of my narratives. You want answers? You're gonna fucking get them.
So we did discuss this seriously though ages ago when it happened, about how you wanted important plot stuff to people's characters to be revealed by them rather than you forcibly revealing it yourself.
Absolutely, yeah.
Which was pretty top notch.
Yeah. It's hard, especially when I committed to the reflections. For a few people in chat who don't know what goes on in OCART, there was like a sub-arc in my D&D campaign where a fairy was like, hey, I'll get you out of here, you just have to give me your reflections, go into this cave and retrieve them. And the players were like, what? And it was a whole dungeon based on backstory stuff and internal torment stuff. But I didn't want to, like, play scenes from their backstory out in front of them, because that felt like your backstory as a player is your currency. Like, there is a bunch of stuff about your character that you kind of have, but that's like your big money, right? That's the fun stuff to kind of, well, at least for me, you know, like, that's the fun stuff to kind of slowly eke out and spend throughout the game. And so the last thing you want is your DM being like, and now sit down, I'm going to play this movie for you. So I kind of put you in situations where you had to look at it, but I didn't explain it. That was the goal. And I think I got there.
I think it worked really well.
Yeah, Reflections worked out well, I think. Apart from Zal's, but that's fine. Yeah, it was a fun dungeon to do. It is it's a tough balance. That's because sometimes you do want to, you know, turn up with a baseball bat and break your player's knees with their own backstory. But,
of course. That's part of
but you don't always want to do that. Yeah, no, it is. Because I think when you're a player, that you talk about that with other players all the time. It's like, I don't know how I'm gonna... Or like, at least with the DM, you're like, I don't know how I'm gonna pepper this.
And I backstory.
Yeah, and I often talk to people who've, you know, finished games or, you know, for whatever reason, and they're either like, oh, I did that too early, or I waited too long, or I kind of got the right amount. Like, it is a thing that it's one of the skills you learn as a player, weirdly.
Yeah, it's very hard. It's like, there's not really anything...
Yeah.
There's not a lot you can give, like, advice-wise, really, when it comes to that.
No,
you
just kind of know.
You just kind of
sometimes
learn it.
Yeah. You don't need to make a deception check to lie to yourself, Das.
You don't have to feel bad about the chain ritual, because at that point,
yeah,
a lot of that backstory got written post. Like, the campaign was ongoing as that backstory was being written.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So I wouldn't expect you to try and weave it in, because I was constantly providing more information, which is not ideal. You know, so that's like, if anything, that's my fault.
But also, like, this is something I've learned more as a DM, is like, part of what makes this question even more difficult is different kinds of characters. You know, Delmar or Glory are both... They were never just gonna say it.
Yes.
So, to some extent, that in that situation, the player is waiting for the DM to show up with the baseball bat.
Yes. Yes. That is very
That's
true.
the only way they're gonna say anything.
It's very true. Yeah, she was never gonna willingly say it herself.
And yeah, and working out as a DM as much as a player what you're dealing with there in terms of characters and how much pressure to apply and where is very difficult. But it's part of the fun of D&D is you get better at these things.
Because you practice.
Mm-hmm. D&D is a skill, as both a DM and a player. I certainly don't think I'm getting any better as a player, but I think I am getting better as a DM. I play too many characters that are like, you must be a level 4 friend to unlock my badge story.
Really?
I need to play more characters that just open with it.
That's why I alternate.
Well, this is the thing. If I stopped playing characters that were like, you must be a level 4 friend to unlock my backstory, you would be out of a job.
That's why I alternate. I have my characters that are assholes and my characters that are just babies.
You need a good balance. I'm really beginning to respect that.
I remember when I started getting into Delmara and like making her, I was like, my only other main character I had at the time was Blue, and I was like, I literally was trying to make them as polar opposite as possible, which is why she ended up being such an extreme edgelord, because I was like, well, I want her to be different. Blue is a literal ray of sunshine.
That's really the thing.
Delmara has to be different.
Yeah. I've been kind of, you know how Twitter is, and sometimes in the very distance you see conversations happening, you're like, oh, that's interesting, of people who play D&D professionally on like streams and stuff are like, at a certain point you get to a point where you're like, how do I make this character not the other 50 characters I've made?
Yeah.
Which is a thing I have as a writer, but it's a bit less, I don't have to be them. I can make this character absolutely whatever because I don't have to be them. And you're making D&D characters in a radius around yourself. To some extent. So it's interesting when you get to this point where you're just like, I just want to make a character that's the opposite to this other one I'm playing or have played.
Yeah, it's once you start getting more,
That's what
there is
Marin
the
was,
issue.
to be fair.
Yeah, once you have more, then it's the issue of like, well, I already have the two extremes.
Yeah, I already did that.
I have the two extremes, so I got to start doing stuff in the middle.
Yeah, and in the middle, yeah, that's the thing. And then eventually you realize, like, there's this axis where you made the one character and then made the opposite. It's like, well, there's actually also this axis, which isn't the same judgment, but it is,
Yes,
parallel.
Yes, the bitch bastard cross thing. Baby, bitch, chaotic,
The baby
lawful.
to bastard spectrum.
The baby to bastard spectrum. And then it has a verticality of likable or dislikable.
That's probably, that is the thing. Because even I was going to say, like, mine tend to be selfish to selfless. But even then you could say that's the bastard to baby spectrum. And then mine is, like, age. Or maturity, I should say.
Yeah. It's like we have Delmara being an unlikable bitch, but then we have Tala, who somehow is a somewhat likable bitch.
She's solidly on the middle of the line there.
It's like, she's likable. She's made.
It's the coin toss. You're either gonna love her or hate her. She's the Marmite of characters.
Yes, she's made a friendship, a very firm drinking buddy with Zal.
Yeah.
And she's sort of now in the area of like, I'm down for the shenanigans that you do.
Fine, I'll co-sign this if I must.
It's like, fine, I'll go with you, only because you need somebody to back you up.
If you'll die, I'll be sad, I guess.
It's so true.
Love that girl. I was thinking about her the other day, and I was like, man, what a girl.
Thank you. That is the highest compliment that I can receive, the fact that people think about my characters outside of me talking to them about my characters. The fact that
all of you oak beans.
The fact that they are well formed
about you
enough that you
constantly.
can think about them independent of me being there is just... mwah.
You're all good beans. I think about you constantly, because it's my job to give you narrative fulfillment and also hurt you. Okay, this warm-up is done. What am I gonna write? I just got really into writing a vampire story there for my warm-up, so maybe I'll write a vampire story. How do I write a vampire story that's not just my villain's backstory?
I'm right here.
That's the thing. I can't write it now.
I just spur these thoughts in you, don't I?
It's between you and my vampire book right here. It just means I'm constantly thinking about vampires. Yeah, I'm almost exactly halfway. Well, halfway, but I've read one of the ones towards the back already because it's one of my favorites. It's my favorite short story of all time.
Oh, fair enough. What is it?
And I didn't know it was in here. Angela Carter's The Lady of the House of Love. I have the bullet chamber down there. I've talked about this before, I think. But it is my favourite short story of all time. It's very weird. I've forgotten until I reread it just how weird it is. And how weirdly it's written too. It's not, like, if you put this in front of me and was like, edit this, I'd be like, what the fuck has happened here? But it works, somehow. Yeah, The Lady of the House of Love, if you compare it to, like, my original work, you can see that, like, I love it. Like, it has, like, a very, palpable impact on my style.
Mm-hmm.
As much as it is. Which is, in that it's very weird. All the imagery is, like, excessive to the point of grotesque. And it's all very macabre, but in a very casual kind of way. Some of the, like, most dark and macabre elements of the story I kind of glossed over. Also, some of my favourite tarot card imagery.
Nice, love to see it.
I have stolen the imagery from the story 1,000 times, and I'm not even going to tell you what it is because I might use it again. I don't want people to know. But if you ever read this short story, the tarot card thing I have stolen many times. God, it's so good. I'm doing that thing where I'm just going to randomly start quoting. Ugh. She herself is a haunted house. She does not possess herself. Her ancestors sometimes come out and peer out the windows of her eyes, and that is very frightening. She has the mysterious solitude of ambiguous states. She hovers in a no-man's land between life and death, sleeping and waking, behind the hedge of spiked flowers. The beastly forebears on the walls condemn her to a perpetual repetition of their passions.
That's some heavy stuff.
It's so good!
Dang.
Yeah, the vampire lady in this story has a rough life. Has a rough time of it. She doesn't really want to be a vampire. Yes, I've read you the demented and atrocious ancestors line before, so I won't torment you with it. Love me a vampire story. It's making me want to reread Carmilla again, even though I did not enjoy Carmilla when I read it the first time.
Right.
But, like, how much can I really not enjoy a lesbian vampire story from, like, what year was that? Carmilla. 2019 film, get out of here. Sheridan Le Fanu. 1872. Predating Bram Stoker's Dracula by 26 years. That's fucking right. Okay. God, my original stuff folder's got so much bigger since we started doing these streams.
Yeah, so is my desktop because I don't have a folder.
Folders! Make the folders.
Nope. I
can't live like that.
Nope. I tidied because today was a semi-productive day, hence the Clip Studio update, and I did laundry and stuff. I tidied, by which I mean I moved maybe 5 icons into a folder.
See, we are two ends of the same hell, because you are... I'm going to put everything on my desktop, with probably, knowing you, like, names that are vaguely helpful in identifying the thing, but not necessarily.
Only vaguely. It doesn't help that I have like five 5 things that are like titled with my character
Yeah.
names, where it's just like
Exactly.
Delmara Jump and Delmara Shadow, and I'm like,
Yeah.
what do those mean?
Huh? I'm at the other end of the spectrum, is that my stuff is rigorously and extensively put into folders, but there's so many folders and their subjects overlap, so I never know where the folder that I'm looking for is, or, or where the thing is within it. It's like whenever you guys ask me something in Oatkart and I'm like, oh, I have this in a folder, it's like, well, first of all, is it in my original stuff folder where some of the world building stuff is, or my D&D folder? If it's in my original stuff folder, I have a folder for Amazius, which is then broken down into continents, international factions, miscellaneous stories, religions, temples, and then another folder I can't tell you about.
Really?
But then, like, in continents, it's literally broken down by continents, even though 2 of them don't have names yet. And then you go, like, into Haloria, and then the Rustinglands folder, and it just gets more confusing from there.
You would honestly be better off just using World Anvil whenever someone asks you a question, because at least it has a search bar.
Yes. The thing is with World Anvil is I have to sit there and manually type it all out, and make, like, pages for them. I will do it. But I just haven't yet. And also, like, I'm never sure how much I can put on there, because secrets. I enjoy, to some extent, you guys' ignorance.
You should. Ignorance is bliss, so they say.
Hey. Yeah.
Yeah. My downloads folder is terrible. That was the other thing that I sort of cleared today. It had nearly 30 wildly different
I don't
files
want
in
to
it.
think about my downloads folder.
Yeah. So I went through and I actually went a couple of I was like, this stuff is D&D stuff. It can go in a D&D folder. These are memes. These can go in a meme folder. And then I was like, this is stuff I don't even need anymore. Delete.
I found on my computer a whole folder of character models for NPCs and villains and stuff that I must have made in advance, like 6 months ago, knowing that Flash is dying. And I just completely lost them. I was like, oh, I already had a model for this.
Das is totally right.
Yo, yeah, Das is roasting you in chat right now.
I mean, it doesn't help with what I'm drawing.
You show up to a D&D campaign with like a backpack, and it's a character that hasn't been named yet, and it's just full of baseball bats.
Oh god. Yes, I will very carefully spend 3 years growing a sapling to chop down and turn into a baseball bat.
With which you can be wounded.
Yep. Like, I won't go into the woods, I will find a seed and lovingly grow that sapling myself.
Lovingly make it for over years and years. This is us getting you back for roasting me the other week.
It's fair. I need to highlight that.
Mm-hmm. It's in clips, it'll live forever. There are clips on your channel from like ages ago. That's the DM's job, Daz.
Yeah, you
get ceremoniously handed the baseball bat with which to do damage to your players, and you ornament it in a way that is appropriate. And you hide behind a relevant tree.
I'm just thinking
and wait.
I'm just thinking of the fucking sword meme. It's just me presenting my backstory to the DM.
I think I've seen that, darn.
So presenting my
But
DM
honestly,
with a
though,
sword
same.
to then chop my head off with.
Yeah. Honestly, though, same. We've bonded over this many times off stream, but like, yeah. We're D&D masochists.
Yeah, pretty much.
But we have each other. And the pie, sometimes.
Yeah. and sometimes your DM just sends you a Google Doc, which has for some reason been typed out entirely inverted.
Oh no.
So you get given advice.
Wait, did I do that, or did Jazz do that?
By inverted I mean colour-wise, so you get given a piece of paper.
Oh yeah,
which
no,
is
that was me.
a piece of paper which is entirely black with about 30 white words on it, and you go, oh. Oh.
Yeah, cool. That's there we go. We've done it. We get the fun adventure plot as like a, you know, that's your fun times, and then every so often your DM is waiting behind a relevant landmark with a baseball bat.
You did it, cool. You broke down.
You just distilled D&D down to its core elements. Well, I justify this. I kind of don't want to say this out loud because I feel like there's kind of a, it's not a rule in writing, but like it's a way to push story is as long as you make it like narratively fulfilling and worth it, the thing your character would be like, if you sat down and asked them, was like, what is the worst thing that could possibly happen to you, has to happen. Or at least should be suggested could happen if they don't do something.
Funny enough, that happens
because it makes good plot.
Funny enough, that happens in Guild Wars.
Hey, that's good writing.
There's literally a point in the story. I remember because I read back through it to refresh myself when I was playing through the end bit on my main. And there's literally a bit sort of halfway through the story, sort of around 40-50, where you make a decision, and it's literally somebody asks you, what do you think is the worst thing that could happen to you? And you have a choice of 3. And at that point, the story splits in 3, which basically culminates in one of those 3 things happens to your character that you pick.
The logic is, of course, that is the thing that will push the character to do something they didn't think they could do, whether for good or bad. It's a way to force character growth to happen really quickly. In whatever direction they can access. And that's in essence what DMs do with backstory, sometimes. They force you in a corner with a baseball bat and are like, what you fucking gonna do about it?
So sometimes you fight back.
Yeah. Well, regardless though, you have to find something to do about it. Whether that's, you know, breaking down.
Head off. Yeah, rip their head
or whatever.
Off, cry.
Yeah, there's a million, the limit is your imagination of ways out. You just have to pick one right now. You have to pick one imminently, right now.
Yep.
Very quickly without thinking about it.
Yep. Decide what you're going to do, and the player just goes, ah!
Yeah, basically. Rapid character development. Go. Speed run. A lot of interesting discussions on that idea at the moment, Daz. Okay. I might start with the same scene I was just doing with warm-up, but just go back a little. I'm still laying groundwork for card stuff. I've like done a few. I've been looming with the baseball bat for some people.
Really? Really?
I've been kind of like tapping on shoulders. You gotta get the wind up. You can't just. You can come in out of nowhere, but there has to be some light peppering of baseball bat. This analogy's falling apart now.
No, it's what you're thinking of is walking down the alley and hitting a baseball bat off the wall. Just dunk,
Off the like
Dunk.
railings, yeah.
dunk.
Ding ding ding
Just
ding.
like it's coming. Dunk.
So you can see it over there.
Blue once again gets far too invested in what is meant to be the warm-up sketch.
Warm up yet. Yeah. Walk away, walk away.
I get invested in stuff too easily.
You can always come back.
But the posing is so good.
Oh my sweet summer child. Although saying that, I roast you for that. That's how I've gotten through your game so far. Look, if I just don't look at the backstory, it won't hit me. Oh, this is a latent track. It's so funny because it's like I can tell they've
Hello again.
they've had one as a base and then put the other one in as a spice. So like this is a latent track with Phoenix Wright on top of it.
Nice. That's what you want from a crossover.
Yeah, it's so well done. I'm like I've never played this game, but like it's vibe. It's a good vibe. Okay, I'm gonna start with the same scene. I keep going to use a mouse that isn't there. Because this mouse is currently plugged into my PlayStation, because that makes sense to my brain. That's what you think, Kay. I know, Das. I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting.
Just dodging at the moment. You're doing what
remember-
You're doing what Damara's doing in this
Yeah.
picture. Just dodging.
I remember this with Glory. I remember that feeling of like, it's out there somewhere. And one day I'm gonna round a corner and the backstory will be there. But right now I'm just living, pretending that it's not.
Yep. That she has to be lucky every time. He only has to be lucky once.
Only once. That's too real, my dude.
That's how it works.
Too real. Yeah, okay, he'll get you. Like, trust me, he'll find a way. Yeah, it is like, as a DM, it is a joy. Especially because, like, in Plateau Cart, you all worked with me so well, and you all gave me, like, a good plate, and was like, here, take this. And I was like, thank you. Oh my god, Das, you just unlocked memories. Oh my god, I completely forgot about that.
Wow, that's
That, like,
sketchy.
I physically felt that in my chest when that came
there
up.
was a physical recoil there.
This is the thing. What's that fucking meme you made about Glory? Me trying to forget Glory. Every so often, just like, she was so palpable to me by the end that like every so often I remember a Glory feeling and it's like a real body feeling, you know? But yeah, you guys were all... Cool.
Oh god, yeah, that bit in the forest. Just recall.
Yeah. That's what I was losing at. I didn't even see.
I read the bit above. I was reading what Dad said.
It's a very effective Delmara roast.
It's 100% accurate. I think I even made that joke once before. It was something along the lines of, I can uncanny dodge my way out of all my problems.
Rogues. I was once again thinking about rogues yesterday.
Rogues are just like that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that's just how they are.
I don't know why I have rogues in my system at the moment, but I keep coming up with, or being like, man, I could really play X rogue character. Never had an urge to play a rogue before. And I've like come up with the idea of 2 in like a week.
Girls, do you remember to take your meds at 9?
Nope. No, I did not.
Take your meds!
I can only take one of them because I ran out of one of them.
Mm-mm.
But it's fine, I get more in 2 days. I'm only gonna go 2 days without my vampirism killing me. Which it won't. It won't. I'm a fake rogue at the moment, Das. Wait till we fucking level, bitch. There it is. I remember that meme.
Tabs out to check Discord.
Yeah, it's the meme that you made. I think of it often. I definitely just dropped that med. Well, rip.
My
Rip,
face
now I'm med
is,
down.
My face is perfect in that meme.
You make some good faces.
It's the way I'm perfectly in the corner of the shot.
It's very good.
Perfect meme fodder.
Okay, where's this thing I was just doing? Oh, fuck's sake, I did it again. I once again need a fun noblewoman name. Bet there's a generator for it.
Annabelle.
Oops, caps lock. Like Annabelle. Posh name generator, perfect. Give me surnames. Ponsonby? Please, God, no.
Oh, wow. Spell a good one. That feeling when you're in a posh name generator and your name comes up. Happens,
like, come on.
It happens to me. Yeah.
Yeah, me, you, that. Sandbridge. Sandbridge works. Lady Sandbridge.
Okay, well, I love that sketch, as quite often happens, but I will move on, even though we are at 9:30.
It's fine.
Oof.
I'm just starting.
Okay. I'm gonna have a last mouthful of chocolate, but then I will close off the chocolate bag, because I shouldn't be having sugar this late, really.
Ha 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 ha.
Mm.
Yes, Lady Sandwich, you get it, Kay.
Does this have the reseal sticker on it? It doesn't. That's a shame.
Hairband time.
It's probably just going to be left open. Or I might have some tape. That would probably work. I'll go tape this up. Oh, there.
Okay, you get it. They're realistic. Difficult door to open. I'm glad we're talking about D&D because I've been working. I said I was going to work on Oakart stuff between Christmas and New Year. And I am. I'm real hype about it. Even if the stuff I'm doing at the moment is like the stuff I hate the most. Hello, Blue.
Hello, I am back, but I think I'm going to go refill my drink because I am out.
Okay, look. Oh,
Gotta
entertain.
Yep, gotta stay hydrated, so I'm going to go refill my water.
Yep.
And people can enjoy the nice sketch that I have done, because I'm actually quite proud of that one.
Yeah, it's very good.
Thank you.
But yeah, no, I've spent most of the last few days, when I've not been playing video games, working on... Yeah, well, this is the thing. Yes. You guys follow me on Twitter. So I can talk about this one because you guys know I'm doing it. I've been converting the old Temple of Masan map, basically. And I do my maps. I have a panel. I have a texture for a piece of wall that is a set size, and for a like different inside outside corners. And I have been slowly trying to, and like normally I make my maps with that in mind, so I make them a certain way to make my life a little easier. Obviously this map I'm following the pre-existing lines, which means I spent a lot of time navigating this section, which was all corners, and then I zoomed out and saw how tiny of a section of a map it was, and I was like, I'm gonna have to light this. I'm gonna have to light this somehow. But it's fine because I've been using that time to do other things as well. A lot of Oakart stuff I'm doing at the moment is mostly in my head, just getting things straight. Have you tried fire? Yes. Correct, yes I have. But I knew what I was signing up for map-wise anyway, because I have to make a lot of maps this week. I have to make a lot of maps this week. I have to make a lot of maps at different scales too, which is always difficult. Because I don't know what's going to happen next in Oakart, but it's probably going to accelerate really quickly and I want to be ready. I should acknowledge, by the way, my chair's doing that thing where the spring in it doesn't work anymore, so it slowly sinks down, so you're going to see me getting further into the frame. Although I think this is the bottom. But yeah, I'm like really invigorated for Oakart. I'm excited for when Oakart comes back, even if the scale of the amount of stuff I have to prepare is a little intimidating. I feel renewed for my break. I'm ready to face the firing squad, as it were. Yeah, I would foresee in the coming weeks of Artstream there will probably be one where I make maps. I've done that before, and I have a lot to do. A lot to do. I am gonna put this chair back up. That was very lucky that my back did not reject that movement that I did there, because it normally does. But yeah, it's so weird looking at that old Temple of Masan map, because it was made when I used to just find maps that vaguely worked instead of making maps exactly to the way I wanted them. But then I got to Fansmore and all the architecture's weird. At least with Josiah, I could kind of get away with it. Megan Hold to some extent. But I use that time to listen to podcasts, which is something I've literally never done because I can't. Sometimes when, I don't know if this is just a me thing, but sometimes when I'm trying to focus on someone talking, especially if it's like in a podcasty way, I kind of feel like I'm gonna vomit if I focus on them. It's really weird. But it like really fucks me up. But I managed to do it while I was making maps. Not like well, I didn't concentrate well, but I definitely listened to it. I was listening to the new 52 and You. I've listened to all the stuff about Batman, all the stuff about the Dark. I'm thinking of doing all the Justice Leagues as well. But then I don't think they've done many Justice Leagues yet on 52 and You. Right? Like, I'm listening to, so New 52 and You, TDLR, is a podcast that Alex Frosiani runs, where they're reading through all the comics in the New 52. And then they have different people who, like, deal with different, so, like, Brett Bayonne does all the Batman comics, Dodger does all the Dark comics, so, like, Swamp Thing, Frankenstein. What's the other one? Fuck. Animal Man. All the ones that are like body horror-y. And then, you know, a bunch of other people on different desks. So I've been listening to the different desks rather than all of them, because I think if I tried to hold all that information in my head, I would hurt. So I've listened to all the Batman, Brett Bayonne ones. All the Dodger ones. And then, yeah, I'm thinking about going through all the Justice League ones. But basically they just go over the events of the comic and then discuss. And it's really interesting, even if it is very difficult for me to listen to them.
Hello, I am back.
Hello. We've been talking about my extensive map making and my foray into podcasts.
My foray into podcasts is one podcast, and that is the Adventure Zone.
Yeah. Well, I find it very difficult. I've talked to you about this before, I know, but like I find it very difficult to listen to podcasts for a variety of reasons.
Mm-hmm.
Even when I'm doing other things for whatever reason, even though I normally have to have some sound on, podcasts specifically I find really difficult for some reason. I think it's because I'm trying to concentrate on them. But I've been working on a map that never ends. an endless map.
Good.
And I've been listening to, I've just on chat so I won't go over it, but I've been listening to a podcast about the New 52, which is when DC were like, we're going to restart all our comics. And so Alex Frosiani was like, hey, I'm going to make a podcast where me and all my friends read all the New 52 comics.
Fair enough.
So I've been following the Batman ones and a couple others.
Sounds good.
And then I reread all the Dragon Age comics. That's something I did this week. Or read all the... The podcast is called... It's on anywhere you can get podcasts. It's on Spotify.
Yeah.
It's called The New 52 and You.
That's what they always say. It's like, oh, you can find us wherever you get your podcasts.
Anywhere.
Because you get them from frickin' all over the place.
The New 52... Hang on, I'll find you a link. Here we go. They do it based on, so there's different people who have different desks. If you want, you can just listen to the whole podcast and get all the New 52. I just follow the Batman, the ones that Dodger hosts, because I find her commentary really... Because she does all the body horror-y ones, and they're like, I'm never going to listen to this myself, so... I will listen to Dodger talk about them, and then I'm thinking about following the Justice League ones when they get there. But I'm just interested in the Batman ones, I'm going to be honest.
Yes, Sadie, I know.
But it's very good, because Alex Frosiani is a funny dude. And listening to him talk about things is funny as hell.
True that.
I used to listen to some Chilluminati as well, but I don't anymore. Because I find, again, listening to podcasts very difficult. Which is why I've got, like, 80 podcasts, like, saved on Spotify, but I listen to, like, none of them. Apart from the ones I listen to for, like... There's a podcast called Boring Books for Bedtime, which is just someone with a voice that's not dissimilar to mine. Very slowly reading classical fiction. Like, boring classical fiction. Or no, boring classical non-fiction, I'm sorry. And that's like the only one I listen to.
Fair enough. I'm just warming my hands around my tea at the moment, which is why nothing is happening, for those wondering.
Yeah, the only ones I've listened to, No 52 New, Libracast is just where they put all their books, their audiobooks. And then Boring Books for Bedtime. I don't know. I haven't got there yet. Nice one, cool. I'm vaguely following that. Who's my favorite DC character? Jesus. I just love my Batman villains. Like, I love the Riddler, I love Joker, I love Poison Ivy and Harley Quinn. I think if I have to pick, like, a hero... Leave me alone, okay?
I always forget.
It's weird
I
because
always
just
forget
like
about Constantine.
we talked about this before on the stream because I accidentally wrote Constantine.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I think my favorite DC like hero is probably Batman, to be honest, just because I find him more interesting. Like I don't like Superman a great deal. I know that's kind of like classic to say that, but then I don't like the way they've done Batman in a lot of media. I like a very specific idea of Batman, and I find him as a concept very interesting. But to be honest, like most of my favorite like superheroes are all X-Men. All of my favorite superheroes are X-Men. I generally enjoy the tone of DC a little more though than Marvel. But then again, this is a very limited window. Oh, I also completely forgot Jason Todd. Sorry, Jason. I was going to make a joke though that would be thematically appropriate, but very harsh on Jason Todd, and he doesn't deserve that.
They disrespected my boy.
Joker disrespected my boy by nearly murdering him.
Whoops.
Whoops, he's Red Hood now. Yeah. Yeah. No, I know, Das. Yeah, I know a lot of people who really love Green Lantern. It's weird, I don't really like Marvel outside of X-Men at all. And I like DC more generally, but less specifically. Yeah, it's bad. I only know Jason stuff from the games, I think, for the most part. And then, like, just encountering the Red Hood in general. I think we have the same, right, Daz? Oh, Hulk, fair enough. My favorite, like, superhero of all time is Nightcrawler. I love Nightcrawler. I love Angel.
I can't really contribute to this conversation because I'm not a big comic person.
No, neither am I.
I've never read any comics, so like my only
Yeah.
experiences with films, and at that Marvel films, I've not really watched any of the DC ones, so I can't really contribute to this conversation.
That's fine. I haven't really watched any of the DC movies either.
Yeah.
I just like I watched a lot of X-Men cartoons growing up. Is why.
Okay.
Film Nightcrawler is bad.
I feel like I should continue something now, since this is
Yes.
done. Maybe this sketch will be one of the things that gets continued later on. The question is, I think I have two things that I am willing to continue tonight. One is either I try to continue with the new character design.
Character design, which is what you said to me
Yes.
earlier you were going to do.
Or I continue with the painting attempt.
What are you in the mood for? What are you in the mood? I mean,
I
you didn't
am-
throw that out earlier, so you must be in the mood for it a little bit.
Maybe a little bit. That's why I'm throwing it out there, because I went.
Okay.
Well, because I went back earlier to another one of the jobs that I did was I uploaded.
Well, I uploaded all the VODs. I watched
Yes,
you do it.
but what
On-
I did
on
do,
YouTube.
but what I did do is YouTube's thumbnail algorithm basically always chooses the first 10 minutes, which is
Yeah.
just my circles and lines. So all the thumbnails for all
You
the art
actually went through
streams
and-
look
yeah,
the
I
same.
saw.
So I went and made custom thumbnails for all of them of just points that is actual artwork.
Yeah.
And obviously I got a very good look at the painting thumbnail because
Yeah,
I chose.
the painting one is real good.
I chose, yeah. You know the painting,
I'm
Des. It's the
Yeah,
one
you
of Tala.
actually were here for that.
Yeah, the one
The
of
Tala
Tala.
one.
Yeah, the choice. I'll open them both up. Look, we got the ref. This is which is designing clothes and working out character things, and then we got the paint.
I'm a big fan of that painting, so I'm biased. I want you to do that. But
Thank you. What's up, Das? What's the moment?
what are you doing?
What's up?
What is this? Get out of here.
Not if I do it first.
No, that really is our design philosophy, huh?
This will come as no surprise to anybody, but before Das even announced, like, oh, we're going to have a new campaign with new characters, I already had this character in mind and had already spoken with Das about traumatic stuff. This character doesn't even exist in any substantial way yet, and they have angsty stuff going on for them.
Mood.
Yes, hello! Angry.
I'm gonna write this.
I think maybe I will go with the painting, but I am going to quickly do something with this, which I thought of today, since this is technically a design thing. So it'd be useful to put down.
I know that feeling, Das. I've been there before. I put Phantom of the Opera back on because it seemed appropriate for this. Look, is Phantom of the Opera great? No. Do they pop off with the organ? Yes.
Oh god, being very vocal tonight.
You ever notice you do something when you make art and it really like fucking bothers you?
Yes.
I have this thing. You know what? Every time I post a screenshot of what I end up writing on Twitter, and I'm like, the next time I talk to you, I'm like, I noticed the thing I did. I repeated a word. Like, I noticed it straight away.
Yep.
So, I've noticed it's always below it on the line. And I think it's literally because when I like look back, I see the word that I could use here, and so I just put it there. And I nearly just did it again. And it's like I can really notice when I'm doing it now, and it means I'm gonna stop doing it, which is good, but for now it's really annoying the shit out of me. Because what it ends up happening is like there's two words that repeat there, and these two words repeat, and then like they're like it's a really visual patterning. Bothers me. I apologize if you can hear this. You in a designing mood?
I wanted to quickly get something noted down that I thought of today.
An idea you had?
Yeah.
Right. We love to see it.
You're right, Dash. You look like you're having a moment. Because it's very typically me to be like, I want to do this, and I want to do this, and then to change my mind and be like, I want to do this, but then just go back and do something else
Mood.
entirely.
Very big mood.
Hey, how's that ADHD diagnosis going?
We don't talk about it.
Aww. Thanks, Das. I'm happy to be able to cheer you up. It means a lot to me.
Good for you.
Yes! Yes! I know! Do you want to come say hello again?
Anger.
Absolutely not.
No.
Here she is again, everybody. She hates me because I keep picking her up.
She here. Oh, I know what song I want to listen to right now.
Oh, so unhappy. Back on the chair.
So unhappy.
There we go.
Back in noise prison.
If you don't like being picked up, you should stop coming in picking up range.
Yeah. Matilda has been, because it's been like raining so much, Matilda's very picky about like going outside when it's raining a lot. But the thing is, if she doesn't go outside, she goes like a little insane, and she does this thing where like she'll like recline somewhere, like she'll be in like a crazy stretched out position, usually on the stairs. And like you'll approach her, and the minute someone meets her eye line, she'll like go like this, and like her eyes go so wide, and you're like, are you okay? And if you move even an inch like towards her, she will sprint to the other side of the house. It's like, it's so weird.
Honestly, that sounds exactly with like stuff I'm familiar with. In my family, we call it having a moment. We say that we say the
having a funny 5 minutes.
Yeah, we say in this house. Yeah, in our house we say the cat is having a moment, which is their eyes go big and they go running around. I know some people call it the zoomies.
They go insane.
Which
yeah.
I sometimes.
That's what it is for dogs with me.
Yeah, a lot of people refer to dogs getting the zoomies, but cats can get it as well. But I refer to it as having a moment. Same
Normally with
cats,
Matilda, it tends to mean that like I need to usher her outside because she wants to be outside, even if it's raining. Like that's where she wants to be, and she's just letting us know in the only way she knows how. How to tell Matilda wants to go outside? She's suddenly very affectionate, or she's absolutely insane. Phoebe has not had this problem because since my dad retired, let me tell you, that dog has been on many a walk. I'm so mad I can't listen to my playlist right now. Our playlist would be perfect for this story.
Hello? What? You're not paying attention to me. Okay then, I'll give you another cuddle. No! Upset.
I'm writing original stuff right now, Des, so there wouldn't be many hits to find, but I want to listen. The playlist I want to listen to is my Briarwoods one. Yeah. My Spotify continues to be ridiculous. Alternatively, I would just have my musicals playlist on loop because I'm clearly in a musicals mood. The ensemble songs in Jekyll and Hyde have no reason to go off this hard.
That's true.
It's like they're on the ensemble track. This is not meant to go off this hard. But Facade from Jekyll and Hyde is like, it goes so hard. It's basically, you'd fucking love it, Fatala. It's just about how the nobles are full of shit.
Ooh, wonderful.
It's called The Facade. It's a very good double entendre about facades of houses. Spelling's optional. What, one of mine, Das, or just like a random one? I've been dicking with some of my playlists recently, so they might be a little more Russian roulette than usual. Look at this good lighting you're doing.
Yeah, it's trying to get a concept nailed down before it flies out of my head.
Fair. Oh, fair enough, Des.
I don't know if I'm going to commit with the
Big mood, though. I've put a couple songs in a couple of my OC's playlists, and it is like Russian roulette. It's like, with just one song in there that just takes me out. It's like, here we go. I can always see on your Spotify, Das. I completely forgot there's a song in this show that's just called Bitch, Bitch, Bitch. Until it just came on, I was like, whoa. %50 of the songs in the show are like incredible like ballads about like you can sleep well with your bad decisions, and the other half are just the ensemble complaining about rich people. Yeah, mood, Das. I've gotten to a point where it's like, I have no shame anymore. You guys see what you see when I listen to my Spotify. Yeah. You, Blue, and Annie, I can all tell when you guys are going to bed, depending on your Spotify activity.
I mean, I basically have a sleep playlist, so
You do, yeah.
which is just called
Weirdly, mine-
Blue's chill out tracks.
Yeah. Annie's got 2. She's got one that Spotify made that she uses, and she's got her own one. It's like, okay, they're going to bed. Or they're on their way to bed. I don't know if Spotify shows when you're listening to playlists, but that'd be the only way to tell if I was in bed. Yeah, that's very true, Kay. Like, you really gain a different understanding of a person when you add them on Spotify. A fuller understanding. I just typed the word extremes, but I repeated the, like, EM in the middle of it, like, 3 or 4 times. Extremims.
Extremims. Banana, 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 banana.
Na, 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 na. I've been listening to MCR recently. Fair. Extreme meme. Extra meme.
Did somebody say memes?
No!
Have I got a meme?
Focus on what you're doing before it leaves your head. Have I told you what's on my board this week?
No.
It's not like a good drawing or anything.
Unforgivable. You always tell me what's on your board.
It is, it's a drawing of a Snorlax wearing my glasses, and underneath it just says, "Thank God 2020's over." I'll show you, hang on. There it is.
Oh my god, yes.
There it is.
Brilliant. Love it.
I didn't know how to indicate that the Snorlax was meant to be a representation of me other than giving them these glasses. So I don't have coloured chalk, so I can't give it red hair. Or make it red. But yeah.
Meme
God damn it,
time.
Blue.
Meme time, it's meme time.
Meme break. No, I do fall asleep in inconvenient places. That's a common thread that me and Snorlax do, in fact, share.
Did you guys see I got my shiny ponytail the other day?
I did, yeah.
I was very happy with that.
Okay. I am gonna write. I'm gonna write. I just capitalized the word blue. I was like, what's wrong with this sentence?
We did it, Twitch! We did it! We upgraded blue to a noun!
I was like, I was reading the sentence back, I was like, something's wrong.
We did it, squad.
Do you know why? Because I wrote blue space sky. So I think my brain was like, oh yeah, you're referring to Blue Sky Wolf. You must capitalize this correctly.
We did it, we did it, Twitch.
I just... How many years? We finally found the point where we've been friends for too damn long. This is it, this is the end. We have to stop. We can't go further. Yep, my phone is endlessly confused, Das. And the thing is as well, every time I mistype dad instead of Das, I like, mentally I'm like, god damn it, because I know that's what you want. I'm like, god damn it, I fall for his schemes. That's because Annie has never cared about spelling anything. I say this as someone who loves her dearly. Annie will sometimes send me messages that are completely incomprehensible, and I'm like, what does any of this mean? And then she'll respond to me an hour later with, oh, I don't know what I meant to say there.
Brilliant.
But yeah, so she doesn't care if she types Das or Dad. she'll just commit. And it's funny because when she's talking about me or like uses my name, she will randomly pick one from my 5 names.
Nice.
She would do that. She absolutely would do that. This musical goes too hard. I'm drawing a line. It goes too hard. There's literally a song in here just called The Board of Governors, and it's literally just the scene where Jackal is pitching his, like, thing that to separate good and evil inside mankind to the Board of Governors at his hospital, and they're like, absolutely not. But, like, it goes really hard. You're like, this is just a scene. What? To separate good from evil. What happens to the evil? Oh god, it's so good. This is why I don't listen to musicals when I'm writing.
This is what I was thinking about when I messaged you the other day, Das about
Oh, I was thought you were say me. I was like, oh no, a message I'd forgotten about.
the old thoughts of like just sort of sitting there, sort of at my mum and dad's, and just sort of smiling, and they're like, "Oh, what are you thinking about?" And I'm like, "Oh, nothing." What I'm actually thinking about at that moment in time was how my D&D character's magic manifests. Which is what I was sitting there.
That happens an alarming amount of time to me.
I was sat there just smiling and thinking about it, like, yeah, magic. And they're like, oh, what are you smiling about? And like, I cannot admit, I cannot go into this.
We can't talk about this.
So yeah, this is what I was thinking about, how my D&D characters manifest their magic. Because Kirok was the rainbow lightning from her wild magic. Kika is just sparkles and glitter, basically. All of her spells have that slight to us aesthetic. Yeah, and for this character I'm thinking this, basically. Which is essentially two types. A white fire and a black fire is what I'm thinking of. As noted in these themes, I'm liking the idea of this yin and yang thing going on with her. Which could very much go either way. Yeah, K, pretty much.
There was a stretch of time where a member of my family that will go unnamed was very convinced that I had some kind of secret partner, but really it was just because I was giggling at my phone about D&D too often.
Fantastic.
I kicked the camera cable. I'm sorry.
Oops. Yeah.
I think everything just crashed and died.
Oh, I can see you. No. Oh dear. Oh no, we can't hear you. Can see you.
Okay, sorry. Everything crashed and died for a second there.
Oh, rip.
Oh no.
Oh no, she's actually gone. Oh dear. Now you get to. Oh, we back.
Yes.
Da da da.
Should be good. I knew things were going to start going wrong there because my music stopped. I was like, oh no.
Effing chats, boys.
Wait, can you not hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, thank God. I was like, oh God.
I know I shouldn't be scratching it. I can feel what I think is a spot coming up on my eyebrow.
Worst feeling.
I really shouldn't be scratching it, but at the same time I'm just like...
You have to. This is pretty much peak me right here. I'm writing like gothic fiction and thinking about D&D. I've done it. I've reached peak me. I've really got to stop letting those overlap as much as I do.
Oh, oops.
Welcome to this week's edition of Yes, I Get to Use This Word. The word this week is visage.
Ooh. Good word.
Or visage, depending on how posh you are.
Visage.
Visage. As I was taught to say it, to be fair. I literally remember learning that word. What was I reading? Around the word in 80 days. Being like, what the fuck does that mean? In this case, Das, I'm talking about the visage of Jesus Christ. Blue.
Yes? What?
Do you know, you're a little bit further than me, so I probably shouldn't ask this. In the, like, intro cutscene with Demon Boy, do you know what god they kill?
I do not currently. It's not been revealed in game, and I couldn't work it out from the cutscene.
Different.
Oh, you cut out a bit there. Lots of cutting out.
Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Oh no. Hello?
Hello?
Marco?
Polo?
Okay, we're good.
Okay.
I think my best guesses are Artemis or Persephone, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think,
I
because
thought
he was
maybe
talking
it was
about
one
Artemis
of
at the time, it's probably Artemis, right?
Mm.
I find it very funny that this game has a very similar opening to, but like the complete opposite tone of God of War 3.
Yeah. I mean, if it
Most
was...
of the gods are dead.
Yeah, if it was Artemis, it would very much set the tone because, you know, she's quite strong.
Yeah. Yeah. I found it funny though, because I can't remember, what's the demon's name? I can't remember now, but I always want to call him Taurus, but that's not his name. But like, his whole like intro monologue is like, my dude, I completely agree with you. It's like, yeah, no, these gods are fickle and they do kill people because they feel like the slightest emotion and care little for mortal life.
Yes.
But we have to fight because the narrative dictates that you are wrong and I am correct.
It's one of those cases where it's like, cool motive, still murder.
3, not 4, Das. I think 3 is the one where you start and most of them are already dead. But yeah, no, what a way to start a game about Greek gods though.
Starting strong. And
Starting strong.
And then Zeus just goes to
And then
Prometheus.
Zeus is like, aye!
Prometheus! And Prometheus is just like, what the fuck do you want?
And then he has the audacity to be like, you disagree with your punishment, and Prometheus is like, it's a little much, dude.
It's a bit extreme.
It's a little bit. Yeah. Yeah. Wait, the first thing that happens in Phoenix is basically a giant, massive demon. Like, picture a demon. You're basically that.
Yeah, you're big demony demon like Diablo, big massive horns.
Yeah, fire.
Fire tail. Yeah.
And literally just, like, is holding a goddess of some kind. Again, we said, like, either Artemis or Persephone, and literally just goes and just crushes them.
Yeah. His back is to you at the time, so you only kind of see the
Yeah.
silhouette, which is why we're not entirely sure who it was. You just see
Yeah.
this. You just see this.
They
like,
see leaves.
Yeah, because the goddess is glowing, so you see the light get extinguished. So you just see this vaguely feminine silhouette, and then they get killed. And it's...
Scream for help and die.
Yeah.
And that's how the game starts. That's your intro. Typhon! That's the name.
Yes.
Yes, that's the boy.
Yes. Typhon is the big
Good
bad
old
of the game.
Titans.
Yep. Typhon is the big bad of the game.
Yep. And then Zeus rocks up to Prometheus. Is like, you were a Titan, right?
You were buddies with the Titans.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you could maybe talk them
Well,
out.
you know,
of
we
it.
could smooth. Yeah, literally, that's the way he suggests. Just because he's lost his lightning. No, 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 no.
So
I enjoy watching Zeus have no power whatsoever.
It's
It
so
brings
funny.
me great satisfaction.
there's a bit later on that you're like, I know you've already
I
seen
know,
it with the
I
axe.
know.
You've already seen it, haven't you? So,
Huh?
you've seen it with the axe, haven't you? After the first.
Yeah, I've
dungeon.
found the first lightning bolt. Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, nobody can touch that and survive.
No one can live through that.
No one can live through that.
Surprise, bitch.
And then Prometheus just like, but they took it and they lived, and he's like, what?
What? Come on.
Come on!
Oh, it's very good. I'm interested to see. I've looked at the world map. I like zoomed all the way out, and I was like, "Oh, okay." There's some crazy shit. Sounds like there's some crazy shit.
Yeah, it is very Breath
And much
of the
like Breath of the Wild,
Yeah,
and much
it's
like Breath of the Wild, Tartarus is in the middle.
Yeah, it's very Breath of the Wild, where the big boss is in the middle, and I assume that maybe like Breath of the Wild, you can technically go there whenever.
Immediately.
But, you know, it will be very hard to beat.
Yeah.
Or you can go to all of the zones around the
Everywhere else.
outside. And...
I want to go to the fields of Kleos. That's where all the heroes are.
I think it's in the trailer, so I don't know if it's a spoiler. But I won't say it if you don't want me to. It's about one of the items that you get, so it's literally in the tutorial bit.
I know that you get, is it the Bow of Odysseus you get?
Yes.
I can't remember.
Yes.
Yeah, because I found an Odysseus trial, which has a little bow.
Yeah.
So I'm,
Yeah, there is another item which I've got.
yeah. Do you get them every time you go into a Tartarus? Is it, or is that lightning bolts?
I think lightning bolts is technically the dungeon
Tartarus
rewards.
bits.
Yeah.
I also fucking love. So chat, this is all tutorial, so I feel okay spoiling it. But like, the first time you encounter a bit of Tartarus, you're like trying to rescue someone, and you like walk up and you're like, okay, and you jump in, and then Zeus is like, and then they fucking died, and the credits start rolling.
I was laughing so hard at that bit because the credits all say producer Zeus, director Zeus.
Director of fake news, Prometheus.
I was crying laughing.
It's
at
very
that.
funny.
It was so funny. And then
Yeah,
they died.
you start this game by getting Achilles' sword.
Yeah, your first item is the sword of Achilles,
Yeah.
and then you get the
And then you get like 5 hours of Zeus fangirling about Achilles for a while. So I would imagine many a hero will be referenced.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
So yeah, and the only one I can't remember is who the axe is for, even though the axe was the second one you get.
Oh, it's a warrior. It's the warrior Amazon queen. What's her name? I always think it's Atlantis, but that's not how you say it. It's the one he turned into a lion. That's what. Yeah, you start. Okay, Phoenix starts this game by like Prometheus goes to great length to be like, they have never been in a fight. They're like the only one on the ship that has never fought anything. And the first thing that happens is you wake up on a beach, and all like your crew and your like superhero brother have all been turned to stone, and his sword, which was gifted to him by Achilles, is like just in the stone, and that's the first thing that happens.
Yep.
See, I would assume if we're using like the vague suggestion of continuity, Heracles would be long gone.
Yeah.
If Odysseus and Achilles are long gone, then Heracles is long gone, because Odysseus and Achilles both talk about it quite a lot.
Well, I mean, if you don't mind the spoiler, one of the items that you get is Heracles' item.
Yeah, something to do with Heracles. I would figure.
But it's very funny.
Yeah, everyone gets Medusas by Typhon.
Yeah. It's funny because the comedic dialogue when you get the item is, of course, they found the such and such of Heracles, and Zeus goes, "What are you doing with your mouth?" And he goes, "What? Why are you saying that? Heracles? That's how it's pronounced."
Which, in the lore of this game, Das would mean that he's fucking dead. Basically. Because as far as we know, meta-wise, Phoenix doesn't know anything. But, like, meta-wise, I think all the gods apart from Zeus are dead or gone.
I would assume so, as part of the game, yeah. It's been implied. Yeah. It's been implied, because Zeus kind of
It's strongly implied, yeah. Or Zeus, in hiding, I suppose.
Yeah, because Zeus kind of goes to Prometheus because he's, like, the only one left.
He's our luck. Yeah. Which is the only reason Zeus would ever go to Prometheus, let's be wrong.
He took my lightning!
He's so upset. He's so funny. Oh, everything went quiet just at the time that Hyde was doing some real chilling dialogue there. Yikes. Hello, Shivers.
Yeah, that's happened to me once before, like, years ago, when I was just, like, half zoned out, and then, like, YouTube was on autoplay or something, and some kind of villain from something was, like, just immediately started being like, "Well then," and I was like, yeet headphones off.
The last line
scared the fucking shit out of me.
Yeah, the music all cuts at the end of Lucy Meets Hyde, and it just goes, he just, in his, like, super, like, dark voice, just goes, "After tonight, you will never be alone." And it's like, oh, I hate it. It's a really good little interlude of a song. It's literally just two characters meeting, but like...
I really need to listen to that entire thing, because I've listened to like 2 songs.
It's because I keep putting them on shit, so I keep pushing them in front of you all. But like,
hey,
yeah, Jekyll and Hyde's great.
One of them's on my playlist, so...
That's true.
Yeah, thanks, Core. Thanks for the subtlety boomerang being thrown in.
There, Hyde's great for that analogy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Jekyll and Hyde as a musical is like, especially this recording, which is the best one. Only go for the one that's got the black and white picture. Is like 50% like crazy ballads and like just music that makes me want to go feral.
The coin of Chiron? No, he was saving for a bridge.
That's a really good Phoenix impression. What is it with Phoenix's accent?
I don't know.
It's like borderline Scottish.
I don't know.
It's so funny though. Phoenix is just dumb. As far as I can tell
I
so
love
far.
that they just-
Phoenix is just dumb as hell.
Very much drinking the dumb bitch juice.
Yeah. Cinnamon roll, very dumb.
So innocent. It's like as well, because basically every time
Yeah.
they find an item, they don't believe it's that item. They're like, oh, it's
Yeah, it's a replica of Zeus's lightning. It's like, what do you mean a replica of Zeus's lightning? How would you even do that?
They're so stupid.
Tiny dumb baby, we will take care of you with your parry timing.
Oof. There is no parry, there is just hit and hit and hit until they die first.
The parry timing is forgiving, so I will actually use it. On brand, cool. Ah, this piece of music is just a heartbeat and some snarling. Great, yeah.
Well, if you need whatever the opposite of going to sleep music is.
Yeah. You want nightmare music? I'm gonna steal a name from this book, because I don't want to come up with one myself. And then I can call it, like, metafiction or whatever.
Metafiction. What you doing, Sadie? I just keep hearing noises behind me, but you're always gone.
Gentle thump.
You're always gone before I can see what you've done.
Rogue.
Wow. Time to make noise.
Oh, what is the name of the doctor in this one? This is the way. Da-da-da-da. What is your name, sir? This one is currently, this short story, which is called The White Maniac, which I find very funny. Has the trophy at the moment of most abrupt ending of a story in this book so far.
Right.
Man. I'm used to, like, old-timey short stories ending really abruptly and being like, huh? Especially, like, spooky ones.
Mm-hmm.
This one takes the cake at the moment. There will be more, I'm sure. It's really interesting, not to get, like, be an English lit major on main, but, like, I guess that's my whole purpose of being here, huh? It's really interesting because these are all in order, like, time-wise. how it's like shifting about who the protagonists tend to be and when they have solutions and when they don't. Because like, and I remember this from doing gothic stuff before, but like it's kind of shifting from nobility interacting with nobility towards like the one I'm reading at the moment is like very much like a comparatively normal person at the heart of it, being, you know, exploited by a rich old blood noble kind of person. Whereas like before that, like Wake Not the Dead is all about like a crazy noble man who just, shall we say, gives in to his passions.
I see.
And the vampire is all about just like, oh man, it's really interesting watching it shift really slowly over time. And when, like, vampires are reflective as monsters, like they reflect fears and anxieties of the people that write them, generally. And it's interesting watching that shift slowly from story to story, or it's great. It's very good. And then you have like this one, which is the family of Vordalek, which is entirely narrated by like an old horny soldier telling the story to a bunch of young women. It's like, Lawton gets it. Das, I've also realised that I like a lot of stuff that's based on Jekyll Hyde. Like, Jekyll Hyde concept-wise, I fucking love.
That's because really, is there anything better than the dichotomy of good and evil when you boil it down?
Like, especially, I love Jekyll and Hyde because it, depending on how you read it, gives you entirely different answers about, you know, oh god, I'm opening a door in myself I'm not going to be able to shut, I'm sorry. But like, at that period of time when it was written, the kind of arts world, like you would say, or like art at the time, was really confronting this idea that maybe evil is inherent as much as good is. And it kind of had all the, like, especially in gothic fiction, had like this massive crisis about it. And Jekyll and Hyde is kind of the most literal reading of that. You know, he's literally trying to remove evil from people, but in doing so discovers that it's inherent as, you know, and depending on how you read it, it's either a supernatural story or it's very much not. And that's another thing that, like, at that time they were grappling with, like the kind of idea of this old world full of superstition and mysticism, and then like rationality and science. And then all the gothic authors at the time were like, but what if they were the same? You know, they're not necessarily opposite. It's so good. And they weren't afraid to like dick. There's a reason why so many of the people in here, like so many of the protagonists in here, and in there's a reason why Van Helsing's a professor and a doctor. Like, they were really interested of like the idea of science combating mysticism, or whether rationality can comprehend things like evil and death. And none of that made any sense because it was just blur. But like, you get it.
It kind of made sense. Give yourself some credit. It made sense.
Yeah, see, that's the thing, Des. Like, Jekyll and Hyde is vastly interesting depending on how you read it. If you read it as Hyde, like, isn't a separate person, it's just an alter ego that Jekyll made up to excuse all the terrible shit that he wanted to do already, that's super interesting. If you read it as Jekyll really did make this serum that took the bad parts of him and made them a different personality inside himself, that's also really interesting. Yeah. Both readings are equally interesting in my opinion. I met a lot of people at uni who were very staunchly on one side or the other, but I think they're both equally as interesting. Mhm. Yeah, I don't know. I just love like capital G Gothic fiction because it really isn't afraid of like putting a bunch of stuff that no one wants to look at and putting it in a blender one way or another.
Man, nail varnish cannot stay on my fingers.
Mood.
Look at this. Atrocious. Absolutely atrocious. Barely been on there.
There's a reason why I don't wear it very often.
It's barely been on there a few days. It's mainly why I don't wear it either, because it literally doesn't last a day.
Sometimes I put it on there intentionally for that reason, because it means I'm picking my nails and not other things, like my lips, for example. Das, that was my whole degree. That was my degree. I love this shit. It's my favorite.
I wonder why my mouse wasn't moving. It's because I put my fucking tablet pen down on my tablet. Duh.
It's like, what are you talking about? You are pressing something. Yeah, I just love in these stories like how many times I encounter and depending on the writer, they'll either lean into there is a rational explanation of this, or like the attempt to rationalize it makes it worse. In like the like two big vampire novels, so like Dracula and Carmilla, like both like have to be solved by a like super rational scientist, professor, you know, man of reason, air quotes, has to intercede. But I love in some of these, that fucks everything up. One of these, the one that I'm looking at right now, a physician attempts to diagnose this lady who's clearly a vampire from the audience's perspective, and literally makes everything worse, because he's like, oh no, you know, she's just got an affliction to light and, you know, the colour red for some reason. Yeah, that's... I will tell you, this one's... The White Maniac is really interesting. It's the, like, basic premise of it is... There's a house in this town... There's a mansion, sorry, like an old-style mansion that the new owners have turned the inside and the out of every single thing in this whole estate is stark white. From like, to the point of like pain to look at it. It's fascinating. Yeah, that's basically the core idea of Jekyll and Hyde, that does. Like, Jekyll is, even if you read them as like different identities, Jekyll is not Hyde. That's part of the horror of it, in my opinion. London. This story is from 1867. It's very good. Sorry, I will shut up now.
No, it's good. I like to hear your thoughts on these things.
I have a lot of them.
Yeah,
because you can't always stop them when they start happening.
Yeah, my kind of thoughts just tend to be like, yay, good story, go brrr.
But that's like... like... There is a... Oh, God. Sorry.
I feel like I've just upset you in some way.
No! It's the opposite of that.
Oh, okay,
like,
good.
People who have that kind of reaction, like, that's... When I used to go into seminars and people were like, I fucking love this and I can't tell you why, they were my favourite people to talk to. Because you probably, without realising it, have, like, a bunch of thoughts about this thing. Oh, it's so good. Just like... Oh, God. Excitement about art is the best.
I like Thing because it's pretty.
That's valid. I like this short story because the imagery is really pretty. Like it also does a bunch of makes things scary that aren't normally scary.
I'm currently thinking too much about. I kind of want to keep the asymmetrical thing we've got going here. So I've got sleeve one side and gauntlet the other side, and I'm literally currently deciding which side I want that to be on. And I'm currently thinking maybe the gauntlet should be on the right side. I don't know. Should it be on the left?
Are they right or left-handed?
I don't know because Delmara is ambidextrous, and I haven't decided if she's inherited that or not.
Roll a d6.
I haven't decided yet.
Roll a d6. If it's 1 or 2 left-handed.
See, I'm thinking.
Wait, does this work?
Yeah, because I'm
3
thinking.
or 4.
I'm thinking of this from like a logic thing. Because I'm like, because she's part monk. You know, part of it is going to be, well, which is your primary striking hand, really? And I'm like, does the gauntlet go on the one you're striking with, or does it go on the one you're not striking with because you're holding it up as a guard?
Yeah, that's what I would reason. But also, if she does have some spellcasting elements.
She's druid monk.
Yeah, she's gonna want the lighter thing for spellcasting movements, surely.
True. I mean, I feel like she's at least not going to be left-handed. I feel like she would. I think she's either right-handed or ambidextrous again. I think.
Mhm.
Because I mean, I know that genetics doesn't really have anything much to do with it, but Damara was ambidextrous.
No, you can raise
either.
someone to be.
You can be either.
Left-handed.
Yeah, so Damara was ambidextrous, and I think Alistair was just right-handed because Spook is right-handed. So I imagine Alistair is also right-handed. That is as far as it goes. Like, if you don't like, Damara is the only one that I'm specifically like she's ambidextrous. If you asked what any of my other characters were, I would say they were all right-handed purely because I am right-handed.
Yeah. I've literally never thought about it until you just made me just now.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. I don't normally think about it. It was literally a specific character trait for Delmara that she was ambidextrous.
Oh, come on!
What?
My long paragraph got picked up by the auto-mod. Why did it get picked up by the auto-mod? Oh, because I said the word shit. Whoops. I will post it again, but without the word shit in it.
I should probably turn that off, because it's kind of pointless, because we swear constantly on this stream.
It's true.
Should probably turn that off. Especially since it seems
Censor.
most people just go around the auto-mod anyway.
That's literally what I just did. I'm a moderator, and that's what I just did. Anyway, sorry, I'm doing paragraphs in the chat.
You could have just spoken aloud!
No. We were talking about other things out loud.
Okay.
That's his name.
So, basically, based off, if she is right-handed, then it should be the way it is. If she's ambidextrous, it probably actually doesn't matter. So yes, it should be the way it is, because if she's right-handed, then she'd strike with her right hand, which means the left hand would have the guard on. To guard. So yes, I have done this the right way round, so to speak. And that works with the mantle as well, because it more goes over the left, so she's got more freedom of movement with the right. Assuming she's right-handed.
With the right arm, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, this song's appropriate.
So at the end of the day, I feel like...
Sorry.
I mean, I can't speak from any experience, because I've never known anyone who's ambidextrous, but I would assume that even if you are ambidextrous, you still kind of end up prioritising one, just because of
Both my dad and my brother are ambidextrous,
Oh,
so I can answer this.
okay. I would assume you prioritise one just because of how our society
You do prioritize
is.
one, and you also prioritize one based on different tasks.
Ah.
So my dad is almost entirely right-handed until he has to. I don't know how to word this other to say than when he has to wield something. When he plays sports which require an implement, in which case he uses left-handed.
Ah, so like a tennis racket or something.
Golf club,
Ah.
whatever he ends up playing. My brother, I think, does pretty much everything with his right hand apart from writing. No, other way around. But the only reason my dad doesn't do stuff with his left hand is because when he went to school, you weren't allowed to be left-handed.
Oh, yeah. Slap. Yeah. You see, yeah, Das, I was literally doing it here on the camera. I was holding up my arms and I was like... I was like, that's what you're going to guard with if you're punching with the right hand.
Yeah.
So I was like, yeah, that's what you want the guard to be on rather than that one.
Also means you can get a real slugger if you do decide to go punch with the armoured one. It's like weights.
Then again, I have got this whole... Because the themes are like this yin-yang and balance thing, you could almost think of one hand is literally the I'm a punch you hand,
Defensive and offensive,
but the other
yeah.
hand is the defensive one. So the left hand, like this...
You got the healer and the harm hand.
Yeah, like you see how...
This hand is for healing. This one's for fucking harming people.
If we need to deal with someone, we have patience and reason. Here's patience and here's reason. Because I really like the light fire and dark fire aspect, so it would be cool to have one hand.
Oh, that's totally right, Daz.
One hand as the light fire, which is your healing magic, and one hand as the dark fire, which is the harming magic. That's the sort of aesthetic that I have going on in my head of the two types of magic, of light and fire. Light and dark, sorry. They're both fire because she's technically a wildfire druid. So fire is fire is how it manifests, but the color is like the important bit. One's white and one's black.
Yeah. Fuck my old. When you put that gladiator message on chat, Des, my old classics professor just possessed me. It's like, what's the name of that type of gladiator? And I can't fucking remember, and I can feel his judgment.
Oh no.
That was something I used to have to know, all the names of all the different types of gladiators. It's the one with the trident and the net, but I can't remember. And just googled it, Latin, yeah. Hilarious. Not my favourite. Yeah, Bestari. Yeah, you know them. This song's on a character playlist that I haven't. Because here we go again, Latin.
Yeah,
Am I
basically.
right, Blue?
Yeah, you got it spot on. Because here we go again.
Also, it's hype as hell.
Yeah, literally, that's the only so many of
That's
songs,
the prerequisite of being in that
yeah,
playlist,
so many songs on that playlist have made so many people go, why? And I'm like, literally the only requirement is
hype.
it needs to be hype. Yeah, see?
Yeah, exactly.
It's music to hunt monsters to. That is the only prerequisite.
I literally have a playlist. I don't know if I deleted this one actually, but it's literally called Not a Good Loser, which I just used to listen to play Overwatch, which is just like stuff that's got sufficiently high energy that I would keep up the energy to play Diva.
Yeah, it's high energy and like decent beats to sort of keep up the momentum, especially since I play Insect Glaive, so like having the momentum is quite
going.
A key thing, because it is about sort of
does.
keeping it going.
Yeah. Sorry, this song's taking me out. I put this on a character playlist and it completely contextually changed this song for me forever. It's like, ooh. Yeah, do I still have that playlist? I think I do. I need to rework it if I do, because I must do. Yeah, Not a Good Loser.
Fingerless gloves. I'm actually surprised at like how many people have eventually complimented my Monster Hunter playlist once they get past the confusion of what's on it.
What is this?
It's one of those things of like when you see the list of songs, you're confused, but if you listen to it, you then go, oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'd do Hades runs to that playlist for sure.
Oh, thank you.
Sufficiently hype. Welcome to, once again, I cannot think of the word. Entreaties, that's the fucking word I'm looking for.
Yes, I did make the art for the playlist.
Yeah.
That's why it has an insect glaive on it. Because
I
my
like
weapon
has very good art.
My weapon deserves representation, damn it.
Even though Insect Glade have no rights.
No, I can't really take credit for it because I didn't really...
I'm not allowed to make Monster Hunter memes because I don't play.
I mean, you could play the demo when the Rise demo comes out on the Switch in January. We could play that together!
Yeah, I can
And I
actually
can,
play
and I
Monster
can
Hunter
point
at the
out
same time as all of
everything
you.
wrong that you're doing.
I'm so excited suddenly.
It's yeah, I can't take full credit for the album art on that because it is it's basically the not concept art but like render art for the insect glaive and the Rathalos, just with a silhouette over top of it. I didn't draw it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Insect glaive derogatory.
Wow. Longsword user.
Yeah, I have Monster Hunter World, but because you know, I got there so late that I don't know how to play Monster Hunter. So like, I just got through the tutorial. And I was like, I don't understand. Also, I suck at this game.
It's like Dark Souls in that
It's
you
a
practice.
learning curve.
You practice and
Yeah.
get better.
Yeah, I will get there. I will get to it.
Ugh, K uses a great sword.
I can't remember which one I ended up liking when I went into the tutorial and just fucked around for a while. I think it was one that...
Sword and shield, pitying. Always a sword and shield user. Oh dear.
I'm gonna have to look up the list of weapons to remember. Monster Hunter World weapons. It was a melee weapon. Was it dual blades? It might have been dual blades.
I mean, the game starts you with sword and shield, I think.
It does. I did not get on with it.
Yeah, dual blades is speed. People
think it was dual blade.
make fun of dual blades, but I did used to play them back before Insect Glaive was added, because Insect Glaive was not in the original Monster Hunter game. It was added in 3rd generation. So before the 3rd generation, I was a dual blade user.
I feel like I was also playing Posey, and so I was like, yeah, dual blades fits. And I don't get on with the ranged weapons, so...
Yeah, so I can't take credit for the artwork because I just put things and put them in.
You assembled them.
I assembled them, yeah, because the
That's how I do my playlist art.
yeah, the insect
bunch of
the
Photoshop
insect
editing.
in that concept art is not the insect I like, so I did swap it out for the one I like, which
Yeah.
is the more butterfly-esque one. And then I just literally googled like Monster Hunter font and assembled it.
Yeah, went from there.
Yeah, so insect glaive. I
love making playlist art.
Yeah, I did draw on the iPod headphones, which was easy because that's just a white square with a white
Yeah.
line.
Yeah.
But it's iconic in it,
Yeah.
and and people seem to really like it.
Yeah. I love making playlist art. Like it's it's like a meme about how many playlists I make, but I really do enjoy like putting it all together. Like coming up with the title, making the cover art for it, putting all the tracks in, slowly plucking them all out, you know.
I was literally just I need a playlist to hunt monsters to.
Yeah.
So
It was a needs one, right? Rather than a
music to hunt monsters to.
yeah.
And I had it for almost like 6 months before I even made the playlist art.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm, you know. I think you had that before you could make playlist art.
Maybe.
I don't draw my playlist stuff.
Yeah, photo edit is more what we do.
Yeah. I assemble things from, generally, if I'm being good, from like stock photo websites. That's all the use my photography qualification gets me these days.
Yeah, majority of mine are photos and artwork.
Yeah, mine too.
So Dell the Raven, Bow and Blades, Dawnbringers, they're all just edited pictures.
Yeah. Some of mine I've made like proper
Tala.
like cover art for. Like my Blood Hunter one is like I actually edited that together.
Nice.
My Rustinglands one took fucking forever.
Yeah, Tala is artwork by Stefan Sejic, or however you pronounce
Yes.
it, which is credited in the description.
Yeah. But yeah, most of mine are just assembled from stock image, and if I'm not being good, from Pinterest. I might go through, because I made those instrumental playlists for all of you, I might make proper cover art for all of them. Because I can. I keep being like, I should make all of my playlists look consistent, but that wouldn't be the fun of it. Like, I love the Suetonian playlist cover. I wouldn't want to make that look like all my other playlist covers.
I'm a little sad because they've been revealing like new moves that the weapons get in Rise because they've added in the new.
Oh yeah, I've heard a lot about these.
Yeah, and
I know Insect Glaive got the short end of the stick.
yeah,
so to speak.
Insect Glaive, it basically looks like
You want another jump?
they basically didn't get anything. It was like, oh, we gave you a jump, and it's like Insect Glaive can already jump. That's the whole point of the weapon. It's the
You
only,
get a bug. I
it's
already
the-
had a bug.
It's the only weapon that could do a jump on its own.
Yeah, and now everyone can fly.
Yeah, and it's like, yeah, they got shafted, and I'm not
Yeah.
happy in that regard. I'd probably keep playing it because it's the weapon I like to play, but
Yeah, and you're used to. I do love archers in games. If I probably like understood how Monster Hunter worked, I'd probably play bow and arrow. I tend to gravitate towards bows in games.
Spit plays bow. So he would. I mean, the first rule of Monster Hunter is that everybody thinks their weapon is the best weapon. That's just part of the meme.
Yeah.
That's just part of the meme of it, really.
Yeah. But yeah, like when I'm playing like open world fantasy games, I'm like, can I have a bow and arrow? Can I use it?
I tend to default.
Jesus,
I tend to default to bow and arrow in most games.
Yeah. And I've not done archery properly, but I have done it in the past, and I am okay at it. So maybe it is that's the one thing I could do.
I am okay at it. I did it once when we went to Centre Parks as like a group holiday, and I did okay considering that I'd had no practice at it.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, if I took this up as a hobby, maybe I could get good at it.
I discovered very quickly I'm okay at archery as long as I'm wearing my glasses. Because when you have no depth perception,
Yeah.
archery gets very interesting. Yeah, it depends to some extent, but I default to things that give me distance, basically. I am a pretty good shot with a rifle. That was a horrifying thing I discovered about myself when I was younger.
Mm.
Is that I went on a guides thing, and it was the first time I'd ever shot like any kind of gun-based weapon. It's only a BB gun thing. and it turns out I'm a pretty good shot. To the point where people were like, "Have you done this before?" And I was like, "No." I don't like that I know that about myself.
I feel like that's almost a discovery that my character would make.
Yeah.
But with punching people. So, oh,
Yeah.
I know how to punch somebody very hard. I don't know if that's a good thing.
I don't know what to do with this. Glory had this exact experience. Glory snapped a man's arm and was like, "Oh shit, I can do that."
Just imagine like decking somebody with this black fire hand and then just looks at it and is like, put that out.
That's literally an anime. That's straight out of an anime right there.
Like the white one we're happy with, but the black one we're like, nope, stop that.
Oh god, this song's so good. Hang on, I'm gonna crank this one up a little. Can I curse all of chat for a moment?
Why?
Because listening to this song has reminded me how I discovered this musical. Hang on. So there's a thing called Shitty Broadway.
Right.
And it's a bunch of the Star Kids and the Tin Can Bros got together and did like a concert, which was just like they just did various goofs on various musicals. With the joke part being how badly they were doing it, or like the goof that they were making, but partly because they're also really talented and really good singers. And I discovered the Jekyll and Hyde musical because of Joey Richter, who I love and is very good in everything he's ever been in, did a version of this song, which is The Confrontation.
Confrontation. That's one
Chat.
of the ones I'm familiar with. I will watch that later. Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately, I have no IRL. I say unfortunately, I mean fortunately, really, when you think about it. I have no comparison for you or Das where I've like discovered something that I am unfortunately good at. I don't think I would.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think I would miraculously discover I'm good at hand-to-hand combat, and I don't think I will suddenly pick up.
No.
I don't think I will suddenly pick up a firearm and just be like. I don't think
No.
that would happen with me.
No, this was a rare occurrence for me because I'm famous. Again, I say it every stream, I'm a coward. I don't do this shit. But it was literally at a guiding event where they were like, "There's a little range, go nuts," and I was like, "Okay." But no, most skills, as I have remembered today, trying to work this fucking sewing machine, most skills do not come naturally to me. And I only did it once, so I don't know if it's a skill as much as it was a lucky go. Das, if you're watching this video, please remember this is the guy who did, Somebody's Gotta Do It from Spies of Forever. It's the same dude. Yeah.
Oof.
Being in a fight is not fun. As someone who did martial arts for many, many, many years.
I did judo. I was not even remotely good
I
at
did karate. No, I was terrible at karate. I do not like hurting people. I don't like hurting people. me do this. Why can't I do that? Oh, interesting. Trying to remember how this works. How do you... Oh, that's not that. Please don't do that. That's not what I wanted to do. Wait, is that what I wanted? Sorry. Shit, okay.
Excuse me.
My music stopped. That's not loud. Oh, did I accidentally close it? Whoops. Hang on, I gotta sort that out again. I don't know how I've managed to style mimic this so well. Whoops, what the fuck? Thank God Google Docs autosaves, otherwise I just would have lost everything.
Oof.
That's what I get for having Roll20 on my fucking hotbar. In the O-Cart campaign, I didn't agree to go here. What is the name of this channel I watched? Here we go. That cat is entrepreneurial Latin. It knows what it wants. I found yet more channels that make playlists that are just
Targeted.
me. Yeah. There we go. Hello, Nemo.
Hi, Nemo. Ow.
What was that? That had modulation on it.
Ow.
Yeah, and this new channel I found also does villain ones specifically.
Mm.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nemo.
We have to rank the awoos now. There we go. Okay, where was I? Before I accidentally closed my own music. Within sounds more 18th century. Within does not end with a G, self.
But then what about the awoo emoji? It's my only one. Besides, we like to get the awoo hype going for subs. That's a thing now. That you started.
My frequently used emotes on Twitch are ridiculous. It's all the little JC ones.
Aww.
Bam.
Oh, look at it.
Yeah, there's two. It's bam. Nod. Because in Final Fantasy, your main character a lot of the time will just nod as like their dialogue.
Ah.
Nod. Though the dialogue does get pretty stellar later in the game. Monetize the awoos. Cursed sentence.
There's that meme of the sign that says no awoo, fine $500. Legalize awoo. Yo, the moon tonight
Yo.
is fucking gorgeous.
BRB, inspecting moon.
It is
I would.
gorgeous tonight.
Do you know what? I probably would be able to tell because if I turn the lights off, it would. Normally, it makes this room like legit too bright to like sleep in. What is happening out here? Can I see it from my angle? No, I cannot. I could see it earlier through the clouds. Like I couldn't see the moon itself, but I could just see how it was like backlighting the whole clouds, and I was like, oh, I bet that's crazy back there.
It is gorgeous tonight. When I went for my walk earlier, my like tail end of my walk was just as it was getting dark, but it was not
Yeah.
getting dark because the moon was
Yeah.
1 huge, 2 full, and 3 the night was cloudless. So it was just bam.
Yeah,
It was gorgeous.
we do love a good moon here in this stream. Between a werewolf and whatever the hell Posey is. Do you associate full moons with Ogre, Das? That's very sweet. Or like bright moons, I should say. Might not be full moons. Legs moon awoos and walks kinda sus. Is it sus if you know what you're signing up for? Yeah, associate full moons with Talo. Yeah, exactly. Same.
It's not
a
sus,
fucking-
I'm very open with it.
Yeah. This is what this is. Once again, I need to write that podcast.
We should.
Me and Blue, for like, probably like a year now, have been joking about making a podcast where Blue is a werewolf and I'm a vampire.
Yeah,
and
where we're
audience
like
questions.
kind of role playing as them.
Kind of role playing, pretending we're not them in real life.
Yeah.
They would be more characterized, I'm assuming. They
Yeah.
wouldn't be like just us.
Like I don't know if you've probably never listened to Hello from the Magic Tavern.
I've listened to the first episode.
Okay, a bit sort of like that, where it's like they have characters, but they're improving.
Yeah.
And the guy is just asking them questions, and they're kind of just improving the answer, but as those characters. So it's like, oh, what do you like to? What do you Usador? What do you like to do on a Saturday? And the guy who's playing Usador the Wizard is like, I like to take down the great mighty demons from the 7th layers of hell.
Is this not a podcast? We need this podcast.
Yeah,
it would be us, so we would have to put some kind of plot in it.
Yeah, we would eventually put plot in it.
We would have to make some kind of plot.
Yeah, but we have been talking about it casually for probably over a year now.
Yeah.
To be honest, lockdown was probably the perfect time to do it, but we probably just...
I don't have a mic good enough all the time to write it.
Yeah, I don't think we would have been in the right state to do it, really.
No. Long-term projects, it's on the shelf.
Yeah, it's on the shelf. We just have a growing list of stuff that we got to get for you. We got to get you a decent PC, a decent webcam, a decent mic.
No, don't give me anything.
Yes.
Nope. When I have like a place to live that's permanent, we can talk. Plot to see which one of you could eat all your friends first. That would definitely be like a question we would answer. Which one do you think to kill all your friends first? It would depend what kind of characters they were.
Yeah, we'd have to think about the characters. Obviously, we've had fun talking about answers before, because briefly we have theorized about, like, because it would just be an audio. We did sort of theorize about them being roommates.
Yeah, that's true.
For a while we were like, well, what if they were roommates and they lived together, and part of the questions were about the two living together.
Yeah. Kind of vaguely what we do in the shadows-ish.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true, Kay. You are kind of ahead of the race on that front. Oh my god, this playlist I'm listening to right now is a Dark Academia studying one, but it's all like really epic orchestral versions of like songs that I recognize. So like I was like, this is Phantom of the Opera, and then this one's from Anastasia. It's like, I recognize this shit.
Nice.
I'm gonna put Phantom of the Opera one on again.
Yeah, see, it's things like that. It would be like domestic setting questions was what we thought would be quite funny.
Yeah. Because this is the thing, like, I'm making an assumption about you here, which I feel is probably accurate. Is all the, like, if you are making a werewolf or vampire character like specific questions are like, so like for me, all the vampire character creation questions are my favorite. How old are they? They can be from any time. You know, like, so like all the like very specific questions to the to that being that kind of supernatural creature are like the best ones.
Yeah. Big party person.
I feel like I would have to be an old-timey vampire. I just... But it would be a character, so it wouldn't matter.
Yeah.
And also you get to pick, when you make the media, you get to pick which pieces of the canon you want to use.
Yeah, basically.
So I could decide which bits of the vampire lore I wanted to use. I could be a type of vampire like in that short story I read where they go absolutely feral every time they see the colour red. Can you imagine? Gestures. That's not true at all, Das, but it is funny. Exactly.
Modern day werewolf, yeah! I think part of the story would be working out how the two ended up being together.
Oh my god.
That's like part of the fun of working.
And why
out
they
how-
don't hate each other.
why
Or if they
don't hate
do.
each other.
Or if they did.
Yeah, maybe they did once, just like, hey, remember when we kept trying to kill each other? That was fun.
Isn't that just what we do in the shadows? In what they do in the shadows, the vampires and the werewolves hate each other.
Yeah.
But it is essentially, like, what we do in the shadows is just a bunch of vampires sharing a house.
Yeah, that was
Werewolves,
one
not
of the key,
swearwolves.
Yeah, that was one
Exactly,
of the key.
you
That
remember.
was one of the key inspirations.
Yeah, me and Blue both love
Yeah.
that movie.
But also the that comic that was making the rounds on Tumblr of the werewolf and the vampire as well was an
Yeah.
inspiration.
Yeah. The thing is, from there, you can make it as normal or as weird as you want. Because you basically have set a benchmark, which is there are these two characters who are these supernatural creatures that share a space, whether it's a flat or a house or whatever. From there, you can either go the rest of the world is very normal in comparison or much weirder in comparison. And because it's a podcast, and this is what's great about the podcast format, you can you can limit that a lot. So you can never talk about the outside world for a really long time and then just drop little pieces, and that's all the audience gets. You know, you can just make a little comment like, you know, it's difficult to pay rent when your landlord is just a head in a jar. And then that's it. That's all they get.
Again, very Magic Tavern-ish. Like when they eventually were just like, when they eventually explained why Chunt the changeling was a badger. It used to do the wizard and Chunt the badger, and then it was like, well, he's technically a changeling. He's just stuck as a badger, and then
badger.
And then after like 10 episodes, they got into, well, why are you stuck as a badger? And he's like, well, do you know how changelings change shape? And oh god, it was very weird.
Have I recommended to you Wayward Guide for the Untrained Eye yet, Blue?
No.
There is a... Oh, man, how do I even begin to explain this? There's a podcast. It's called The Wayward Guide for the Untrained Eye. It's a podcast that, like, in canon they are making the podcast. Like, it's not like a weird third-person thing.
Yeah.
About these two dudes in a town. And there's, alongside it, there is a YouTube series, like a fully, like, filmed, like it should be on TV level YouTube series.
Damn, okay.
Which is all about a town that's slowly being consumed by werewolves. And the Wayward Guide podcast is the one that the protagonists of the series, like, canonically make. I don't know what it's like, but apparently it's pretty
media
crazy.
Within media.
Yeah. I don't know what it would be like to just listen to the podcast. But I can imagine. Wait, what is the, like, pitch on this? What is the, like, description? Is a fictional investigative podcast about the sordid world of local politics, backroom dealings, and werewolves. When an alluring corporate corruption story falls unexpectedly into their laps, twin podcasting team Artemis and Paul Shoehorn, are given the chance to prove themselves as top hosts of the American Podcasting Network. But the opportunity soon leads to tragedy as the eccentric and divided locals they are interviewing in the small California mining town of Connor Creek start dropping like flies. With the threads of their investigation quickly becoming tangled and rumours of a bloodthirsty werewolf on the loose, the Shoehorn twins need to decide who to trust and the price they're willing to pay for a juicy story. Mm-hmm. And there's a bunch of, like, really crazy, famous, recognisable people in it, and it's like, what? Why are you in this?
Fair enough. Interesting.
But yeah, the podcast is on anything, but the series is on YouTube. I don't know what it's like, but it's got a bunch of people who I recognise in it. And the people who are making it, I've watched other stuff that they've made.
I can't believe we've never, like, publicly talked about this, because we have genuinely been,
I know, right?
We've
had this
genuinely been
bouncing
sitting
around
on
for
it
years.
for a year, if not more. So I'm surprised that this is the
The
first
only reason
time.
we haven't done it is because one of us would have to write it.
Yeah. It is always just the first
And we'd have
step.
to work out what kind of story we'd want to tell.
Yeah, it is literally the first step, really, of, like, we've said several times, we could just make a Google Doc and throw down ideas, but we just have not done that. So it was getting
Future projects.
somewhat solidified here now.
Hey, we have an image.
Get rid of that centre line because that just looks like a leg. This good bean can run up and fix your broken leg, or turn into a bear,
Or she can fucking kill you.
or just deck you in the face.
So many options.
I know.
I haven't given this guy a first name or decided what he does for a living, and it's very obvious. I'm gonna give him a first name, fuck it. He seems like his first name would be like James or something. Yeah, I'm just gonna call him James. You can get more aggro than a werewolf, definitely. Especially, it depends what mythos, like how broad are we talking here?
Yeah,
This is decisions we'd have to decide.
You can get some werewolves that are actually quite friendly.
Yeah. Wendigo's a weird one.
It's also very much an American one.
Yeah.
Very much an American creature.
Yeah, we'd have to do some digging. But then again, it would depend entirely on the setting we chose.
Yeah.
It could be equally as plausible that everything is really weird to we are the only supernatural creatures that exist as far as we know. Some werewolves are just domestic dogs made of love. Exactly.
Well, that's part of the joke.
That's blue.
that's part of the joke that Pratchett makes in Discworld when talking about Angua the werewolf. After a while, she says, werewolves are part wolf and part human, and it turns out that when you mix wolves with humans, you create dogs.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, I know that show. Fuck, what's the one on, I haven't watched it, but it's the one the Horror Histories guys are making. Fucking Ghosts. Has anyone watched that?
Dunno.
The guys who made Horror History have gotten together and made a show on BBC called Ghosts. And as far as I know, the premise is it's a bunch of ghosts who are being haunted by the new inhabitants of the house. As far as I'm aware, that's the premise of the show. Like, they're just, like, so appalled by, or just, like, don't understand the way these two normal people are living. But I've heard it's very funny, and a Horror History humor is right up my alley. So letting them make a show where they can say fuck is right, like, yes, absolutely. Look at this bean. They're coming together.
Yeah, they come in together.
Just as like a Pomeranian. It's like, oh my god, what did Taliesin play for that one shot? The owlbear?
Don't remember that one. I don't think I've seen that.
It's the Tarian Brigade, I think. I've literally only seen a YouTube compilation, which was the Tarian Brigade, but it's just the owlbear. Blep. Owlbear man, yeah.
I mean, if you want something that's like aggro das, then surely you'd want something like the Dullahan. You really like that creature, don't you? Because you've mentioned it to me like several times, I think. If I'm remembering correctly. I'm just throwing it out there. Yeah, that one. That's pretty
It
accurate.
says a lot about the state of my spine that I was like, that sounds appealing.
Ooh.
Someone could just, you know, give it a few shakes.
Sadie's snoring in her box again. I can just hear faint.
Oh, baby.
It
Phoebe also snores, which is really funny.
I never hear her snoring normally, but that box specifically makes the sound reverberate.
Yeah. Nemo's just learnt something very important. It's very modern.
Just discussing there, just like, c'est magnifique, c'est très belle.
I nearly had that painting as my big back patch on my jacket.
Ooh.
Before I went for a slightly different one. It was also a skeleton, funny enough. I can't remember what I was gonna say. Just left me. Yeah.
Oh my god, I don't even know.
Once again, just
I don't
well,
even know if
sorry.
my microphone is picking that up because it sounds so
No.
loud. I can just say. It sounds so bloody
oh
loud.
bless.
You never normally make that much noise. It's only when you're in that box.
It's very funny. We've noticed that Phoebe, which for chat is our spaniel, has started when you like pet her. She started like making this like wheezing sound or something, and we've realized that what she's doing is she's attempting to purr because she mimics Matilda all the time. She mimics Matilda a lot because Matilda's allowed to do whatever she wants pretty much, and Phoebe has rules. So we noticed that she like defers to Matilda in a lot of ways, who's our cat, chat. But yeah, when she's like really comfy, she just starts making this like weird like throaty wheezing sound. We're like, are you trying to purr right now, or are you like in pain? But it's always when she's like really content and about to fall asleep, and she does snore. She does snore.
Oh.
But yeah, we think she's trying to purr. Because Matilda, that's what Matilda does. The minute you pet her, she starts purring.
Bless.
Even if she's not actually happy, she'll just purr.
Spook showed me a video the other day of a deaf dog trying to bark. But it had never heard barking. It had just seen other dogs doing it, so it was just there silently, just sort of going. It was doing the motion, but didn't know it was supposed to be making sound.
Making the sound,
So it was just opening its mouth,
baby,
mimicking them barking, just sort of going.
Oh. Wow, good job, me. I went to use a brain. I was like, I don't think this means, like, I'm using a word I don't know what it means, but it actually meant the thing I, like, subconsciously thought it did. This is going remarkably well. I don't mean broad. Come on, Brighton, do the thoughts.
Thank you, Nemo.
Two ends of the spectrum.
Oof.
Do a health.
Do a
Never.
health. Doing a heckin' health.
Come on, brain.
Think of things.
Come on.
Do the smart.
Finish the sentence you fucking started, brain.
Ooh. It is 5 to midnight, so we should probably think of finishing soon.
Okay.
I'm currently undecided with this aspect.
Let me finish the sentence and I will.
Which is basically, do I go for the slightly more poofy legs, which I suppose is more leaning into the monk side of things, perhaps? I feel like that's something that you see quite...
What am I looking at, sorry?
So the trousers, essentially, we've got the more sort of like poofy kind of things that you see.
Your classic breeches.
Yeah, which are more kind of with monks, I feel like. But then there's the just the sort of like skinny leggings which is just sort of the more like comfort and practical because you don't want to restrict movement too much with loose fabric, really.
Right.
I kind of like both, but I'm undecided.
I kind of like the breeches, to be honest.
Yeah, you think the poofy one?
But then I don't know. I think I like the way the breeches look, but the leggings make more sense.
Yeah. See, I read somewhere once, I don't know how true it is, it was just somebody like voicing their opinion, that when it comes to designs, you don't want to like make them overcomplicated. So what they tended to do, was either have a detailed top or a detailed bottom, but not both.
Literally just thinking this.
And I'm thinking that I'm probably got enough detail because you see how I've got the sleeve.
You've
up
got
here?
a lot about the waist as well.
Yeah. You see, I know that I need to come in and do more on the top because currently we've got the short sleeve, which is basically like the t-shirt underneath, and the long sleeve of like a coat. So I sort of need to draw in on the torso here, sort of like half the coat, sort of, because she's kind of essentially got half and half. So that's more happening.
More top,
that's more happening on the top. Like there's going to be detail on the chest here, which is going to make that more busy. And I don't know, maybe having the legging, the puffy is going to make it too busy.
Leggings, not breeches.
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
Definitely. Especially because you've got so much busyness around the waist, you don't want to then...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the thing as well is, like, for myself, I don't want to make the thing too overcomplicated, because then I won't feel inclined to draw it.
You have to do it, yeah. No, I feel that.
So then we've got the simpler, smoother leggings, because we've got the slight busy enough around the lower legs with the fur legging, the like things that we've got there. Chat, what do you think?
Opinions, chat.
Did chat have an opinion?
Decide.
Yeah.
That's the fucking word.
I'm going for the leggings.
Chat agrees with you. Cool. I can fit more words in that sentence.
So it was starting to solidify
so many words
design elements. Because I feel like this long sleeve is also going to be sort of like part of the more monk than the druid bit, whereas the mantle's like the druid, so I might have a pattern on this, and I never normally do patterns.
That's a fun one for you. Wait, does that make any fucking sense? Hang on.
Wait, what have I done? Disable mask. No, I don't want that mask anymore. Can I delete the mask? Delete the mask, there we go. Going through design iterations.
I keep forgetting because I'm mirroring a certain like style of voice that I can use its techniques, meaning in this case I can make my sentences as long as I fucking want. I'm pretty pleased with this so far. Go sleep, Das.
It is now midnight, so all of us Brits should really be considering going to sleep, I think. The game has changed because I can use these brushes to make patterns. Better get some sleep, Das. I've finished off my water, so I might consider ending here.
Why did I commit to this? That's how you spell that word.
Mimo just made a clip, apparently, of nothing.
Yeah. Just a clip of us vibing. I've done that before. Been like, they've definitely said this already.
Wait, I have 12 subs? I'm pretty sure I had 11 when we started, but I've not had any sub notifications.
Notifications? I have not seen any in the thing.
That's
And
strange.
I have been watching chat this entire time.
That's strange.
Have they?
The fact that I have 12 subs is mind-boggling
It's
to me.
mind-boggling, yeah. Might have been resubbing, that's true.
You were already subbed though, weren't you? You subbed last time.
Moi? Not me.
Wild.
I was about to make a Final Fantasy 14 meme in this fic then. Fic? It's story. That's where I'm coming from. Hey!
Aw, thank you. You don't have to use your free thing on me.
Well, I've successfully channeled channeled the Gothic tradition by making some real weird people.
It's a good tradition.
Mood, K.
Fair enough. So we end up with something like that.
What you doing?
Is
What
what
you
we sort of
doing?
end up with.
Oh, look at that. Now, would you look at that?
I might change.
That's very nice.
Yeah, I might change the insect.
panel.
It's very strange because she is essentially just wearing sort of like the sleeve of a coat, basically. Sort of go with this half and half
That's
theming
valid.
that I've got going on.
It's called piecing. You use the fabric that you have.
What fabric? Okay. Right. Consider wrapping up because I think I'm going to wrap that up there.
Okay.
We are past midnight.
I'm having a good time, but I will end the line.
I mean, I made some progress on that tonight. To the point that if I come back to this again, may go into lining.
Hey.
Because, like, that's sort of getting into the finalisation stage. And so that coat bit on the chest maybe needs a little tweaking. Excuse me.
God, writing in the style is so fun. Who speaks like this? No one. I'm wrapping up, I promise.
It's alright. I'm laughing at what Gary's tweeted because I've opened up Twitter for the first time.
Oh no. Okay, I've put it at a point where I will feel compelled to continue if I open this document again.
Good.
I will probably post some of this on Twitter if people are about.
I
And it
probably
might be a
will not
longer
because
section
I
than
always
usual,
forget to post my
because-
stuff on Twitter.
Yeah. I might post 2 paragraphs instead of 1 because I very much enjoyed writing this.
Ooh, good stuff. Ooh, excuse me, tired. And also dying
Blue's
for
yawning, which
yeah.
means we should go.
Yeah. Also dying for a wee, so yeah.
Right, good night, chat.
Good night,
Have
guys.
a good new year, as weird as it's gonna be.
That's so bizarre. We'll
see
see
you-
you in the new year.
In 2021, yeah.
Yeah, because provided we don't forget it's Tuesday again.
When we forget that
When
it's
we forget
Tuesday,
it's hopefully one of us will remember it when it's Tuesday because we almost forgot today.
yeah.
But hopefully next week we remember when it's Tuesday.
Yeah.
I don't know if I might try to stream between now and then because I'm very much in that weird frame of mind of like the new year is approaching. I should try to be
Time is
productive.
weird.
So I did like productive stuff today. So maybe tomorrow and other days I may consider streaming as a form of being productive, perhaps. And maybe also makes me feel like I deserve those 12 subs that I've got.
Streaming's fun.
It's fun. Thank you very much, everyone.
See you, kids. Happy
We'll
New
see
Year.
you. Bye bye.